Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another live stream of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, February 23rd. We've got only 2 quests to do in the Asian account, and it is now time for the Wild Fest, which means wild arena runs and wild tavern brawls for a while, which really doesn't mean too much of anything else. I just traded for a challenge a friend on the Asian account, so 1, that's horrible, and 2, that might be great. I guess I'll have to just constantly try to add random friends to get somebody on the Asian account who, for the most part, would be asleep by now, to challenge me and play. Meanwhile, we need a combo deck. I seriously doubt I have a combo deck. If it's a combo deck, it has to be a rogue deck, which then this custom rogue, unless this is full of combo cards, is the one that's going to go away. So, delete this, type in, make a new deck for rogue, type in the phrase combo when we can, and we'll see how many combo cards we even have on this relatively newer, I guess at this point I have to say newer, because it's been 4 or 5 months now since I started this account. It's not a brand new account, it's sort of a new account. But there's certainly a lot more that could be done. Let's go ahead and see if we can squeeze some pirates into this deck. Like, that also would make sense. We'll have a combo pirate deck that would be 2 daily quests potentially done. You see, those are all the pirates cards I have. And then we'll take some backstabs, we'll take some shadow stabs, we'll take some of these. We'll take these. And there we go. Combo pirate and rogue, or I guess I'll go spell. So we've got like a combo pirate spell card deck. If we convert this to, the only card I'd have to replace is this one card. Let's see. 1 combo card is the only. Why do I even have a wild card? That's an odd choice. Well, I'll keep it wild, I guess, just for that last combo card. It's kind of strange on this relatively new account to keep it wild, but alright. Wild, ranked play. Might as well play ranked play. And let's go. So, I really am not certain how far we're going to go into the news. I have a lot of tabs open. That's usually a good thing. But also I know a lot of these tabs are redundant things. There is one unimportant issue that's come back up that needs to be addressed. That pretending like it's an important issue. It'll inherently run me into a rant, so I want to try and escape that. I did decide to go with that motto, calm, complete, critical, video game news and reviews. So if you go to my main YouTube page, which I know nobody ever does because that's just not how people browse YouTube, you can see that I, in a very rough MS Paint, added that text to my header and didn't get it oriented right or anything like that, centering and such. which I tried several times, and frankly, you kind of have to put more work into it than it's worth. You have to have guidelines that you would use in something like Photoshop to tell you what the number of pixels are that you can work within to get the right thing, or you end up using YouTube's cropping tool, which doesn't work well, and that's what I did. It's good enough. That's kind of my attitude on the art, and I guess that's also a good reason why my channel doesn't really have all this art. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there, but a lot of work that I know I wouldn't be able to do because I don't have the skill or the tolerance to do artistic digital art or hand-drawn art and put the amount of work into it to make it good. That's just really not my thing. Started a little early, even though I'm starting late on this, and I played another hour of Assassin's Creed Revelations. Within 3 hours, I suspect, of gameplay, I will be done. I also desperately need to do some of that paperwork to schedule things. Let's do this and this and this. And there's really no reason to do Shadow Step right now, so I won't.
Here we go.
Just continuing to hit the face. I'm really just trying to play combo cards. And that wasn't a combo card, so I need to bring back a combo card. PC Gamer has an article, Burnout Paradise Remastered won't have microtransactions. There was a listing indicating in-game purchases would be optional, but that was put there by mistake, says EA. So that's good. Kind of in the first instance ever for me, I had to go to my wish list and remove the current Burnout Paradise game in favor of the remastered version that I hope eventually comes to Steam, because I personally don't see a reason to play a different, older, worse version of it. Here, that person that I just friended sent me question mark, particularly in Asian accounts. People don't want random friends. They just don't. Which ruins the whole idea of challenge a friend or having friends. Sure, it is totally true that I shouldn't be here in the Asian account, but no, I mean, it's pretty much the same experience as the Americans account. I don't have any real world friends on my Hearthstone American account any more than I do on the European or the Asian account. The number is 0 for most people, I would imagine, because of the simple sad truth is that Hearthstone is not that popular amongst people. But Asian people do seem to have that culturally embedded to guard their privacy, and I think that person that I just friended just defriended me, which, okay, so we'll continue to try to get a challenger friend. I guess it is a little weird that the Asian people don't know what's up, it seems. Like, they should be able to realize, look, there's a challenge of friend quests all over the place. That's why a random person might challenge you. But they seem to not care or not realize that. Moving on news though, there's a Darkest Dungeon mod that does an MS Paint makeover style animation on all the characters. It's kind of funny looking as a mod, sure, but it is also taking the idea of Darkest Dungeon and taking it in a direction that doesn't make sense. Oddly, I would heavily argue that if you were to take the animation style that exists in Binding of Isaac out and just make a standard fantasy game instead of a baby crying tears or a child crying tears, you could still do the exact same level of quality game. At least that's always been my belief with the Binding of Isaac. When you go the opposite direction and take a scary game and grotesque game like Darkest Dungeon and try to make it cutesy, it loses something. I think what I have to boil down this feeling, because I can't really put words on it, is it feels like you're subverting the artistic intent, the artist's intention. If you were to say colorize Schindler's List, most people would say that that would have been offensive and not something you should do, that you're subverting the artistic direction of the creators. On the other hand, if you were to say turn the classic Disney Alice in Wonderland movie into a live-action movie, that also didn't really work. So I think it really does just boil down to who came first. Yep. So yeah, this Darkest Dungeon mod, do I even have a name? It's called the MS Paint Dungeons mod. Looks funny, you might install it for a second, but I really wouldn't suggest anybody actually use it. It's not like the Skyrim mods, where Skyrim mods are either adding content or doing something slightly artistic, even if the artistic direction in most Skyrim mods are just to put bikini armor on the female characters. It adds something to Skyrim, because Skyrim's a very boring, generalized game. I don't know how you say it other than generalized. It's just like the same enemies, the same characters, the same landscapes over and over again. So any mod that adds anything to that huge open world full of repetition is appreciated, even if it is crazy out of there. I surely don't appreciate, like, when they changed the mod that changes dragons on Skyrim to Thomas the Tank Engine. I appreciate it as a joke, certainly, but I wouldn't really want people to play the game that way. Moving on, there's a game called Cypher that's a neat head-scratching puzzle game that teaches you about cryptology. I'm watching the trailer now, and it's starting in this big museum slash white room slash who knows what it is.
So,
Let's go and hit that.
I don't have enough money.
And then that. And there's a bunch of pedestals, and it seems like each pedestal has some museum art piece about cryptology, which each pedestal might be a puzzle in itself. It could be a very interesting game. It could also be incredibly boring. But I love these kind of puzzle games. So Cypher is one that's going on my wish list right now. At $5, right? Rated positive mostly. I love puzzle games. I like cryptography. I don't think you could make a game that would go too far over my head, since I was formally trained in programming, and do have a slight passion for some math. So that's one I'd love to play. It's also probably one of those games like Human Resources Machine where it's more about me playing it than any real fan base that has interest in watching it. Moving on, Crytek's multiplayer swamp horror called Hunt Showdown is now on Steam Early Access. So let's watch the trailer for that. Deal 2 damage. And this. And do nothing else, I suppose.
Here we go.
So I'm seeing player versus player in a swamp shooting guns that look like they're mostly revolvers and maybe a few rifles, but not anything with infinite amounts of bullets. Seems everybody is in cowboy gear, dynamite. I don't know what the combination here is between cowboys and the swamp, though. In general, you would expect cowboys more in a desert setting, but by setting it more in swamplands, you have more overgrowth, more coverage on the ground. I guess that makes a little sense.
We are the sword in the shadows. Job's done.
There seems to be some level of demons or monsters also happening in the game to put a twist on it. I do have to applaud the effort here to at least do something slightly different. It is also very possible that a Western game on its own just won't sell. Like, there have been several Western games that I've tried to cover, and usually they're multiplayer, and that's what kills them, because nobody wants to play a Western game in the multiplayer. They'd much rather play a Roman style game where you're playing as, or a Crusader style game where you're playing as a knight. Right now it's selling for $25, $26, which, no wait, that's pounds, $30 US dollars, which means that they already know that this is going to not be a big ticket AAA game. The problem, however, is it only has online multiplayer and online co-op, no single player experience at all. And the reviews in its early access state are already mixed. So let's go look at some of the negative reviews and see what they are saying. Speaking of reviews, The Secret of Mana came out, reviews are now out, nobody likes it. People are making suggestions along the line of play the original Secret of Mana on Super NES because that's better, it has less bugs, and the art style is arguably better still. Even though the old Secret of Mana is top-down 8-bit pixels, the 3D animations that do get made have like poor voice acting, no lip movement at all, so the characters' mouths are just stationary as you hear audio over it.
I hope you like my invention.
It's just not used to it. Other suggestions have been just watch a Let's Play, and frankly, if I was going to do a Let's Play of Secret of Mana, I say why not do the original.
My greeting.
The door is now open, and the door would have been open, I guess, from the word go, to sell the Secret of Mana remake and include just an emulator that played the Super NES version. Because I don't believe that there's anything on Steam as far as Secret of Mana, I'll look in a second, that plays the 8-bit version. There's like no PC version there. So you could lock some emulator, whichever one you can license to run Super NES games, and that ROM into that. There probably some legality as far as maybe they lost the license to their own game, but I doubt it. So that'll be something. So one complaint about this game that I'm looking at, called Hunt Showdown, that's in early access, is don't buy it if you're in Australia, because there's only a US East, US West, and Euro regions available. And we need to try to add another friend. Let's see. Here's one saying, why is this game not out of alpha? It's a great game, good concept, beautiful art, fun to play, full of bugs, especially the matchmaking. Closed beta, yes, by all means, but it's not ready for early access. I expected it to continue closed testing and bug squashing for months until full release. So, is Crytek out of money is one of the things it's asking, and maybe that's very possible they are. The player versus player is tons of fun, or will be when it hits the registration, when the hit registration is ironed out. The player versus everybody is pretty easy once you learn the basic mechanics. The NPCs largely exist to hinder you and trip you up when you rush. Players are the real enemies, even the boss monsters aren't significant threats. Too early for early access is another article. Do this. And end the turn, I guess.
Here we go.
Can't recommend at the moment. No Asia Pacific servers. Australia has gamers too. Consistent server issues. I'd hold off. Game is very interesting and looks like it'd be a lot of fun. Watching it on YouTube, however, I just purchased it and unfortunately it's running terribly. Even on the low setting, the game doesn't feel smooth at all. So just a ton of alpha level bugs and early access bugs on this game. Why you put your game in early access and get these mixed reviews, I don't know. There's 1,544 user reviews if they're mixed, and 67% of them were positive. Whatever that 33% of 1,500 reviews will always be on this game now because of your decision to the Crytek's decision to release the game early. This guy.
Here we
And
go.
attack here.
Give that a turn to get ready.
And I don't think I can do anything else. So yeah, I'm not gonna put Hunt Showdown on a follow list or a watch list for me because I think Hunt Showdown will probably get some more coverage if it gets better later on when it comes out of early access, which certainly this feels like a game that will come out of early access potentially like years from now. Let's see if I do this. Let's see, I could return a friendly thing and reduce it by 2, but that wouldn't work. Moving on to the next bit of news. Star Control creators have filed a lawsuit against Starduck. The action comes in response to Starduck's December 2017 suit against Fred Ford and Paul Reike. The legal rift between Star Control Origins developer Starduck and the original Star Control creators Fred Ford and Paul Reike deepened today as Fred Ford and Reike filed a lawsuit against the publishers alleging that it has infringed on their copyright and seeking to have Starduck's Star Control trademark cancelled. The suit comes in response to a December 2017 lawsuit where Starduck claimed that Ford and Reike are infringing on its trademark with its Ghost of the Precursors games, and more interesting, that they're not actually the creators of Star Control. So this sounds like some major beef going on here. Well, this isn't particularly what I would want to do, but I'll do. He could have attacked and failed to.
Here we go.
Kill this guy. Starduck's complaint via Ars Technica runs through a relatively detailed history of Star Control Starduck and the way publishers purchased the copyright. The way the publisher purchased the copyright and publishing rights to the series from Atari in 2013, Atari having acquired it, the original publisher Accolade in 1999. It also alleges that later in the year it offered Star Control assets and rights to Ford and Reike for the same price it's paid, which they declined, but in October 2017 they announced Ghost of Precursors, a direct sequel to Star Control 2, the Uran Quan Masters, despite not having the legal rights to it. Which maybe you can do that, maybe you can't. I'm confused a little bit as to whether you could get away with that or not.
This is our town, scrub.
Here we go.
It's really gonna probably come down to nuance. I think if they at any point advertised or said publicly that Ghost of the Precursors is a direct sequel to Star Control 2, then the trademark for Star Control 2 is in violation at the very least. Now, copyright is not in violation because if they didn't copy any of the actual content, story, dialogue, or video, audio elements, anything like that. What it would get confused to is if the game Ghost of the Precursors just feels like a spiritual successor to the game, but they never said that. Not only is the connection unauthorized according to the suit, but it's also incorrect. Reich and Ford's advertising that they are the creators of Star Control is false. As Reich and Ford know, it was Accolade, not them, that created Star Control 1 and Star Control, it says. So here's where you get down to some of the legal problems with the United States and the copyright system. Is if they were work-for-hire employees, which they probably were, or could have been, who knows, then theoretically Accolade is legally the creator of Star Control. But in common parlance, if they were the people that made the game, they were the people that made the game. and they are the creators. And usually there's no lawsuit around things like this. And I think this article is going to say that. Any authorship that Ryky and Ford may have contributed to the classic Star Control game was limited, and it was instead a team of many other authors, including numerous artists, animators, musicians, designers, writers, among others, that collaborated together to develop creatives used in Star Control 1 and 2. Creatives is an interesting phrase there. So that's an interesting argument to make, but in a weird way, because Acolyte went out of business and was bought by Atari. Atari's been out of business and was bought by another company. It's not like this new company is saying, well, everybody should get credit. The new company is saying we should get credit because we purchased the rights from that company, even though we had absolutely nothing to do with it. And sadly, that kind of works legally. That's kind of true. Yeah, more than a month ago, we'll defriend this one. More than a month ago, we'll defriend this one. Tactic Torn we'll keep because he's actually a fan. Although he doesn't. Those two are actually fans too. So we're in a weird position. The Challenge a Friend is just not going to happen. So I may have to trade it out tomorrow and try something different, or maybe I'll just in the post-game show try something. So we're moving over to the European account for now. The article continues. Credits for the original Star Control available on Moby Games lists Ryky as lead designer, artist, and audio engineer. Ford is credited as designer and lead programmer. We had no choice to take legal action to defend our Star Control IP, says Kevin Unangst. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Stardock's vice president. What do I want to trade here? 20 minions that cost 5 or more, or win 2 games on things that don't overlap. Let's trade this. We've got a paladin overlap, so let's see if we can play a paladin deck. We should have some kind of paladin deck. Yeah, we have paladin cards. And trying to get victories with the paladin deck might be interesting. We'll try it here, but we might also take an opportunity to go do some more tavern brawls. Nope, we won't. We will instead play Murloc on casual or ranked. We'll try it on casual since that theoretically should be easier, but who knows if it really is. Matchmaking's so terrible in Hearthstone, in my opinion. Stardock's Vice President of Marketing and Strategic Development is who Kevin Unangst is. We remain fans of Paul and Fred, but have to defend our ownership of Star Control's intellectual property to ensure we and the fans can continue to tell great stories. The weird thing here is I've never heard of Star Control. In response to this, Ryky and Ford acknowledged that Acolyte published the game Star Control, but added that it did not develop them, and that a license agreement between Ryky and Acolyte actually expired in 2001, after which all related rights reverted to him. In its countersuit, the developers asked for an injunction against Stardock's future sales of the existing Star Control games, a vacation of its trademark, and return of Star Control and Star Control Gold Masters and source code. So they're going for it all. They want everything back in their control, and in their understanding of the agreement, the licensing agreement that they had. So they're claiming they weren't work for hire, creators, that they were actually their own separate corporation, legal entity that licensed the game to Accolade. Star Control is a pair of games we created at the start of the computing gaming revolution. Now, largely as a labor of love, we are returning to the universe we created and update it with new adventures, characters, and worlds. Stardock seems to think not only are we not the creators of Star Control, but they claim to have exclusive rights to sell our games and otherwise use our alien racist ships narrative and other creatures. Alien ships, alien races, narrative, and other creative materials without our permission. This is why we felt compelled to file our counterclaim today to stop Stardock's theft of our games, copyrights, and the universe we created for ourselves and our fans. It's a messy situation of interstellar proportions, and for now both sides appear to be digging in. It says PC Gamer. Just keep playing. I'm gonna have to pay a little bit more attention if I'm gonna win. Although it's still very, very early in the process, and hopefully an equitable settlement can be reached. The good news for fans is that Star Control 1 and 2 remain available on Steam and Good Old Game, and I need to probably get these games. And the development of Star Control Origins, while slower than originally expected, is still moving alongside, according to Stardock. There's an update here. Stardock has expanded on the side of the story within a QA post on its forums. What do we want to do here? Divine Shield? Sure, Divine Shield. And charge, kill, and attack, and attack, and a turn. In very broad terms, it covers the issue behind the lawsuit and what Stardock hopes to get out of this. The company says it was forced to take action after Rydo and Ford issued DMCA claims against the distribution of all 3 Star Control games. The DMCA claims were reversed, but it's clear that our ability... Why were they reversed? Like, what can you do to get a DMCA claim reversed? I need to know that as a YouTuber, since there's so many false DMCA claims that get made out there. Although, in all fairness, I've never received that. I've just gotten a bunch of content ID things. Yeah, in a weird way, now that my channel is demonetized, come to think of it, if I did get a DMCA strike, like, who cares? Like, the punishment of not losing money goes away when you're not making money anyways. Like, that's... If you were going to do a carrot and stick approach, you can't take away the carrot. Anyways, back to this story. The DMCA claims were close, but it was clear that our ability to create more experience in the Star Control multiverse for fans would be at risk if their false claims remained unchallenged. It says next. So who's this is the this is Stardock's Q&A. Our only goal is to protect our ability to tell more stories in the Star Control multiverse. We remain fans of Paul and Fred and their contributions to Star Control. Let's see, I'm supposed to play a bunch of 5 mana cards. Also, so we'll do that.
On with the show.
However, given the confusion they've created in the market by promoting their new game as a true sequel to Star Control 2, combined with the abuse of the DMCA system to take down every Star Control game they had no involvement with, we are forced to act to prevent them from continuing to create it. So, Stardock is using the claim that Fred and Paul used the DMCA inappropriately. I think they would clearly argue that they used it exactly as it was intended to be used. If they honestly do have the legal rights to the Star Control copyright. But I imagine what happened there is it was a DMCA against Steam, and Steam didn't care. They said, you've got to take this to court to figure this out. Alright. Is this game that looks like garbage, and I can't believe anybody's actually fighting for this. This is like a really old game. But it's rated 89% positive. Came out in 1992. Recording this. I do believe I actually own this. Nope. I don't, so I'm gonna add this to my wish list. It's probably a smart move to own Star Control. Star Control, the Uron Masters is Star Control 1 and 2, and the developer they say is Toys for Bob, and the publisher they say is Stardock Entertainment. They've also made Sins of the Solar Empire, Ashes of the Singularity. It's kind of the same games over and over again. I know Ashes of the Singularity is one of the latest games, and I wouldn't be surprised if Stardock is trying to, in a way, move away from Star Control into something else that is their own IP from the beginning. Or Sins of the Solar Empire has a lot of DLC on it too. Off-World Trading Company. They seem to do a lot of space games. Let's look at the developer Toys for Bob. The Star Control bundle also includes Star Control Origins, which is here, and so I'll put that on the wish list. That's actually really expensive though, at $30. And Star Control Kasari. Kasari Quadrant is cheap and older looking at $4, but Origins, on the other hand, looks like a smooth, new, polished version of this. When did this one come out? Oh, it's in development for $30. I didn't even know you could put in development as a release date. Man, Steam just lets you put any amount of garbage in any field, it seems. There's like no consistency. Moving on to Gamatsu's story, BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle reveals main visuals and game modes. So, BlazBlue Cross Tag Battle is, in a weird way, gonna have some heavy shoes to fill, because it's the same company that made Dragon Ball FighterZ, and this kind of has to be more technical and better than Dragon Ball, because Dragon Ball inherently is probably supposed, well, it should probably be for newbie players in fighter games, which includes me, certainly, whereas a proper BlazBlue game, I imagine, should be for esports players, the people that really know what they're doing. So there's some training mode, survival mode, tactics mode. Let's see. Enjoy the unique system of battling while acquiring new knowledge in tactics mode. Episode mode, which is the story mode. Survival mode, defeat the challengers as they appear one after the next. That makes sense. Training mode, practice the game controls in various situations. Gallery modes, to view all the graphics including illustrations of movies. The BlazBlue characters are just a group of kind of their own unique style of... They almost look like hipster DJ anime people with popped up collars. It's a pretty even mix between male and female characters. There's it's not going for the lewd approach, particularly in this instance. Let's see. Play that. There's a replay theater to check out replays of recorded battles. BlazBlue Cross-Tag Battles on the PS4, Switch, PC on May 31st in Japan and Asia, and June 5th in North America, which that's a little interesting how they break that down. Like, no Central or South America, no Europe, no, depending on whether you include Russia as Asia or not. No Russia, no Africa releases. I've never seen a game that specifically said there was a date in which it was released in Africa. I just don't think that there actually is any kind of cultural... No, cultural's the wrong way. Economic development in most African countries where you could legitimately sell a video game without it just getting bootlegged and sold for a lot cheaper. And frankly, most African countries can't afford video games anyways. Middle Eastern countries, yeah, no specific release dates. Perhaps games like this do eventually come out for those areas, but maybe it's done in small steps, and you get most of the video game playing market by just getting North America and Asia, and then everybody else can import it. As I was playing Assassin's Creed Revelations, it did occur to me as I'm trying to think of where you could set the Assassin's Creed series. They've hurt themselves in some ways. It's hard to be 100% sure if you would be safe to put an Assassin's Creed game, say, in any African country without cries of racism. You put it in Australia, besides Sydney, you really don't have any buildings, and you can't really move the Assassin's Creed series towards the future, because then that virtual tourism element that they're still trying to sell Assassin's Creed on falls through the window. Like, if there was, say, a completely urbanized Australia set 400 years in the future, and there were all of these futuristic buildings, that would be cool, but I don't think Ubisoft would ever allow that. Same is kind of true for a lot of places. Maybe you could get Rio de Janeiro in modern time, but a lot of those countries it falls apart. If you do like Aztecian times, you're mostly just making things up at that point, and it's the making things up that they're trying to avoid having to do. They'd rather actually have 3D scans of the area or fly over maps of the area and construct from that. Even when they said it in Assassin's Creed 3 in the original colonies, that didn't work very well. Black Flag, I guess, avoided that by mostly having you on the ocean doing pirate stuff, but Black Flag is a really good game that's not really a very good Assassin's Creed game for that reason, in my opinion. Not that maybe there aren't any good Assassin's Creed games if you actually follow the general concept of what they should be. But I was thinking that some of the Middle Eastern cities right now, if you just took a snapshot of all the architecture that's happening there, that would work. If you tried to do any number of cities in China right now, or Hong Kong right now, then those would be very built up buildings. Probably too built up buildings. It would feel very cramped and cluttered. Being an assassin in China in modern time for the Assassin's Creed series would probably be one of the hardest games ever. There already is a side game where you're in China for ancient Chinese times, and that kind of precludes doing that. A lot of the Eastern Bloc countries, like it seems a little bit crazy that there isn't one set in the times of Vlad the Impaler, or perhaps what is the other guy? Man, I forgot his name.
Reporting for duty. The battle.
The people that were in charge of Russia before they were overthrown, which that doesn't really mean anything, after Genghis Khan's time, but the I want to say Romanis, but that's not right. Well, whatever. And I'm sure you might be able to find some other Western European country that might work for a city or two. Paris, France, great example. They should set a game in Paris, France. In fact, they should just bring back the game that was already very much like Assassin's Creed, set in Paris, France during the World War II. But they don't want to do that. They don't want to introduce the Nazis. I think they could get away with it at this point. Do it once and then promise in the next game to drop it. Right now they're still just adding DLC to Assassin's Creed Origins, and they haven't given any hint at all that there particularly will even be another Assassin's Creed game, other than we kind of know there will be one. Their historical tourism obsession has taken the game to a new extent, in that they tried to have a special mode for this M-rated game that they wanted to actually be played in schools, which in the example of Minecraft educational version, like, that makes sense because Minecraft is E for everyone to begin with, but it doesn't make any sense to try to make a M-rated game child friendly in a different version, because then that's just really encouraging those children to go play the M-rated version, which plays slightly into some hysteria that is going on right now about video games and being a contributing factor to delinquency and children. But I mean, all that really comes down to bad parenting. The parents have to look at their kid and watch what they're doing, not just look at the rating. Like, even the ratings might not be enough if you don't know what the ratings mean. Let's see. We'll do this. This. Whenever this attacks and kills a minion.
Taste immortal. Onward, friends, to adventure.
I was supposed to recruit a 1, 2, and 3 attack minion. It didn't do any of that.
On with the show.
Interesting. I probably could have won there. So in the historical ancient Egyptian educational version of I forget the exact name of it in Assassin's Creed, because they wanted it to be so kid friendly, and because there are statues of mostly Greek statues of women in the nude, with they put seashells, like anti-historically accurate seashells, over the breasts and genitals of all the statues, and I'm like, come on, seriously? Like, if you take a kid to a museum, are they gonna cover up the statues there? No. Are they gonna cover up the paintings? No. Like, this is the least offensive form of nudity you will probably ever see. One might even argue that breastfeeding is more offensive, because at least when you're breastfeeding a baby, you're actually shoving a nipple in their face, whereas in the statues, it's just stationary, it's just part of a whole, it's done very artistically, very subtly, and come on, who in the world hasn't been on the internet lately and seen worse than that? You're just not, you've hit the level where the censorship is just not properly preparing children to deal with what reality is, what the internet is, what is available to them and will be available to them. Like, honestly, I wouldn't care at any age to, like, a newborn. I'd be fine with newborns walking through a museum, seeing nude statues. 2-year-old, a 1-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old. Like, there's no age range I could think whatsoever. Maybe there are some kids out there that were obsessive or on the spectrum that you might not want to expose them to that, but I actually worked with people when I was in school. I worked with other students that were on the spectrum and had developmental disabilities, and guess what? It was very much integrated and important in working with them that they were educated and explained all the things about sexuality. There was one person I worked with that actually could not speak at all and had to point to pictures, and there was just this huge book of pictures for him to describe what he's trying to say. And as I was helping the teacher out, we were cutting out pictures that said things like breast and nipple and erection and stuff like that. And the teacher goes, yeah, they sometimes get a little graphic, but they need to be able to say this. So even the developmentally disabled need to know nipples exist, need to know genitals exist, and it's really ridiculous for Origins to try and put shells on it so they can sell this game to schools, which will probably never be sold to schools. And that's not even the rant I was trying to avoid getting into. That rant is still coming. Well, it's been about an hour. We are slowly making progress. We'll get hopefully 4 more Paladin victories, or if we just get 1 more Paladin victory, then we can move over to Paladin and Warrior. But I don't see a real reason to stay away from playing the Murlocs, even though my Murloc deck on my European account is not the best. It's still better than anything else. And in the process, we are playing the minions that cost 5 or more. That's it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. If you like what I'm doing and want to support me, give me a game on Steam. Maybe one of those Star Control games, or all of those before they get taken off Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. So today is February the 23rd, Friday. It's a slow Friday like all Fridays. We're going through the quests. We may get the stuff done pretty quickly and pretty easily, and I'll be happy with that. So I'm just going to play Paladin, and I have a Paladin deck, and in playing this Murloc Paladin deck, I'm probably also going to get the third of the daily quest done, too. So, Gematsu has an article, Code Vein details more story, a character is called Karen and Cruz Silva, partner character traits, and more. We are starting to see Code Vein actually explain what it is. Like, there's something called Operation Queen Slayer, maybe a vampire queen, because these are vampires that you're playing as. A field military research facility called the Outskirts. And see, it's showing me some pictures. Some of it looks interesting. Some of it looks pretty generic. There's a group called the Lost, which are the Queen's Vanguard. Apparently Queen is an initialism that stands for an evil organization and not an actual person, because they're putting periods around it. The problem with these screenshots though is it mostly just looks like a desolated, destroyed urban environment. Like, there's a death match against Queen. I've seen some more stills, screenshots, where all the vampires have glowing red eyes. It looks like Queen has glowing blue eyes. So maybe she's some kind of anti-vampire thing.
Move quickly.
I don't know why the game is giving me the rope already. So, Karen is one of the researchers who worked in the Queen Project, and Lewis's older sister. She died during the Queen's Rampage, but was immediately revived by a Revenant. She also participated in the Operation Queen Slayer, serves as a protective observer of the Revenant's return to death, and supports their fight.
Someone called for it.
Revenants, which are immortal, died and regenerated many times in the battle against Queen. Karen's role is the welcoming care and maintenance for Revenants that are regenerated, as well as battle support. So she acts as a nurse of sort, and that's what we're seeing. Cruz Sylvia, the girl that became the test subject of the Queen Project. She was a schoolmate of Lewis and Gregorio Silver's daughter. She withstood painful experiments in hopes of saving mankind, but became a destruction incarnate under the pressure of an unsuccessful experiment. So very anime story we've got here. They were doing an experiment. They created their own monster.
One shot.
Let's see. Misama and Mistletoes, revenants who inhaled the Misama that occurs around. This is I think they're misspelling this. Miasma. I think they misspelled it. Miasma. So what they meant to write. Yeah, they misspelled it in their article. I would complain about Gematsu misspelling something in English because I'm pretty sure they're Japanese. I kind of want to give them the benefit of the doubt that was just an honest mistake. I've seen a lot worse in mainstream video game reporting, so miasma being misspelled is not really that big. Reverends who inhale the miasma that occurs around the queen are hit with a violent thirst for blood and are in
must
danger of
cleanse
becoming
the sun
lost.
well.
For that reason, it's necessary for revenants to always wear a miasma purifying mask in battle. So now we understand why these vampires have these metal face masks. It doesn't have anything to do with them being vampires. So I imagine we'll probably see scenes where they take off the mask and bite people. Yeah, I would not be surprised one bit if that's actually the case. Activated mistletoes purify the miasma around them and have the ability to connect and regenerate the flesh of the revenants that have vanished from this world. It can be called a lifeline for revenants. So apparently revenants can just be utterly obliterated, their limbs torn apart to a point of dust, and then these mistletoes recreate some of this. Some of this certainly feels like it's being translated into relative words, and in the Japanese version it wouldn't be just miasma and mistletoes, but I mean, you get the game you get when you get an imported game. You can't do too much about that. Let's see, each character's partner traits. A lot of this is information, but this is good information. Maya's partner trait. While Maya mainly fights with using a bayonet and keeps her distance from the enemies, she supports the player by strengthening their drain and gift performance. She is somewhat weak compared to other partners, but is good for players who want to utilize her support capabilities to actively defeat enemies. How many partners are there? A co-op gift trance time. A co-op gift can be used when Mia is your partner. It trades melee attack power in order to reduce the amount of Ichor stock consumed when using gifts for a fixed period of time. Let's see, some of the gifts are Blood-Eating Longsword and Guard of Honor. Yukamo's partner trait is Yukamo's an attacker who actively approaches the enemy and damages and pushes them back with two-handed swords. That's probably who I would pick. Japanese people seem to like the partner attack mentality and the team attack mentality more. When you look at a Western game, like Uncharted, it's one guy running around, or Borderlands could be four guys, but it's four guys doing their own thing. There's definitely a stronger desire for teamwork in Japanese games than Western games, which then opens the games to have new systems like co-op gifts. I'm gonna skip some of this though, because it's some pretty basic stuff. Like, some of them are going to be strong, some of them are going to be useful. Multiplayer. The multiplayer for Code Vein apparently is going to just be a horde mode. In the Prison of Fog, where miasma spreads and many lusts run rampant, it is recommended you call upon the aid of fellow reverends. You can also explore the world with another player, so there's some kind of co-op. The help of other revenants is essential to clearing dungeons with high difficulty. By sending out a distress signal in areas where you need help, you can get help from other players that have met certain conditions.
I don't have enough mana for justice.
Let's see, what else do we have? Only the other player's player character will come to help your own partner will also remain alongside you. So the other player's partner won't come. The gifts used by your partner will also affect whoever comes to help. In Code Vein, you can freely combine gestures, stamps, and voices to create your own emotes and communicate with players. So, no like audio talking. Remember, Code Vein is kind of the next attempt at Dark Souls. So this game is kind of important. There are several types of emotes. These emotes look a little wonky, but they're alright. Code Vein is coming out for the PS4, Xbox One, and PC in 2018. And at least now we kind of know how the gameplay is going to work, and we kind of know what the story is. It's going to take a while, certainly. It is going to take quite a while. Wow. There's a way on Gametsu where you can browse games. And when I did it, it brought down this menu. When I hovered over browse games, it brought up this menu with, let's see, how many is that? Yeah, that's gotta be at least 40 different games zoomed in.
Move quickly.
I have never seen a video game news site work in that way, with the idea that you can just pull down and look for information about a specific game. They must have to constantly update that. Alright, we already talked about Hunt Showdown, so that's just a repetitive thing. The DICE Awards, I'm gonna see if I can try and find a list of all the DICE Awards and we can go through it just once. Because I have several articles here that just kind of mention one person won this for this award. Let's see. Like the DICE Awards finalists were announced, and we went through that page. Here we go. And the last year DICE Awards winners were announced, but like they haven't fixed. They haven't put a full interesting. Greg Miller was allowed to host at the DICE Awards. That puts an interesting spin on it. Well, I guess we'll just have to go through the random things here. Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild was the big winner as far as the DICE Awards. They won for Game of the Year, Outstanding Achievement in Game Direction, Outstanding Achievement in Game Design, Immersive Reality Technical Achievement, Immersive Reality... Oh, wait. No, wait. Let's... Oh, this is the list of all the recipients. Okay. Why was I looking for it again, I guess? Alright, starting over. Legend of Zelda, Game of the Year, and Outstanding Achievement in Game Design, and Outstanding Achievement in Game Design. But for the Immersive Reality Technical Achievement, a game called Lone Echo / Echo Arena, made by Oculus Studios, well, published by Oculus Studios and made by Ready at Dawn, wins that. I've never heard of that game. It's an Oculus Rift game, and I still haven't heard of it, which says something. For the most immersive reality game of the year, Lone Echo wins again. For mobile game of the year, Fire Emblem Heroes from Nintendo, publisher Nintendo, and developed by Intelligent Systems and Nintendo, is the winner there. I don't honestly feel like Fire Emblem Heroes is better than, say, Clash Royale. Which Clash Royale is probably not that good. There's probably some really, really good mobile games, but the DICE Awards, like almost all these awards, are really about who you know, who even got elected or nominated. So many games are probably deserve to win that didn't even get mentioned. Let's see. We had Fire Emblem won Mobile Game of the Year, but Handheld Game of the Year went to Samus, Metroid Samus Returns for Nintendo, which I argue the Mercury System and Nintendo developed game isn't even that good. It's not as good as the another Metroid 2 remake that they DMCA'd, for sure. For the DICE Spirit Award, they gave it to Snipperclips, developer Nintendo, publisher SFB Games. Interesting that Nintendo decided not to publish their own game. For outstanding achievement in online gaming, PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, publisher Bluehole, developer PUBG Corporation. For strategy simulation game of the year, it goes to Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle. I heavily remember when we went over to nominations for the DICE Awards, me saying that all of the most recognizable games were probably going to win, and half of their nominations didn't stand a chance. And that's exactly what it seems like is happening here. Sports Game of the Year, FIFA 18 from EA, published by EA. Like, did really FIFA 18 deserve to win over something like Rocket League or Overwatch? You need to expand that definition a little bit. Role-playing Game of the Year, Nier Automata, by publisher Square Enix, developer Platinum Games. Still want to play Nier Automata. I will probably want to play that right up until I play it 5 or 6 times, and then I'll be like, finally I played it. It's kind of odd to even call Nier Automata an RPG, though. It's not falling in line with your standard JRPG or even a Western RPG. Racing Game of the Year, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, publisher Nintendo, developer Nintendo. Fighting Game of the Year, Injustice 2, publisher Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment, developer Northern NetherRealm Studios. Family Game of the Year, Snipperclips. Oh, interesting. This time they put Snipperclips as the publisher was Nintendo, which makes a lot more sense, and the developer was SFB Games. So they put the information backwards, and this is Game of Sutra that did that. It's not been a good week, I guess, for writing up articles and getting facts straight. Like, where are editors in video game articles? I'll tell you where they are, they don't exist. Adventure Game of the Year goes to Zelda. Action Game of the Year goes to PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. Outstanding Technical Achievement goes to Horizon Zero Dawn. Publisher Sony Interactive Entertainment. Developer Guerrilla Games. Good to see Horizon Zero Dawn win at least one thing here. Got that feeling that it might get snubbed just by the way things were laid out, if I'm remembering what my speculation was correctly. Outstanding Achievement in Story goes to Horizon Zero Dawn. Outstanding Achievement in Sound Design goes to Super Mario Odyssey. Super Mario Odyssey, I still feel like it gets undercut, and honestly I would still prefer to play Super Mario Odyssey, which just recently got the new Luigi Balloon Puzzle DLC thing that was added. I totally want to play Super Mario Odyssey more than I want to play Zelda. Zelda's open world elements are just daunting and not something I particularly want. And the fact that it doesn't seem like it really has any dungeons seems like you get too far away from an old school Zelda game then. Outstanding achievement in original music composition. It goes to Cuphead. Studio MDHR is the publisher and developer for that.
Onward, friends!
Outstanding achievement in character is Hellblade Susuna's Sacrifice,
To battle!
which that kind of makes sense that they try to give Hellblade Susuna's Sacrifice at least something. That was published and developed by Ninja Theory. Outstanding achievement in art direction is Cuphead, which that makes sense. Outstanding achievement in animation is Cuphead again. A lot of these achievements are definitely overlapping each other, but I could also see instances in which you might want to give an award in animation to one game and an award to art design in the other game. So Rolling Stone has an article. Greg Miller and Jessica Chobot talk on hosting the DICE Awards. Kind of Funny Games, Greg Miller, Kind of Funny Games was the one that kicked out / didn't really support one of their members because he didn't have a liberal enough perspective, is how I remember the story. Like that's how I'm remembering that story. I'm probably misremembering the story, and so one of their members totally left video game content creation and commentary and criticism because the entire community shunned him. Nerdist.com is Jessica Chobot. Nerdist.com pretends like it's owned by, I've forgotten the guy who goes by the name Nerdist, but it's actually owned by a Chinese company, and they are certainly pushing for the nerd fans. Whether they really care about them or not is debatable. In a similar way that the way the Sci-Fi Channel was always kind of SYFY now, was pushing for nerd fans but never seemed to like it really cared about them. That's kind of what Nerdist feels like. It's also Geek and Sundry is the same Chinese company that owns Geek and Sundry, also owns Nerdist. Chinese production company. So Jessica Chobot, she does a good job as a face to when I was watching her videos, but I just got tired of watching her videos for daily news clips. Kind of like how The No makes these daily news clips that are 5-10 minutes long, and it's just somebody standing in front of a camera talking and reporting somebody else's news, which frankly is not much different from what I'm doing right now, but yeah, she's a good pretty face. I don't know if she actually cares about video games or not. She's a decent actress, and to be a host, that's about right. You would normally, if this was a few years ago, you would have seen Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb in these positions. Let's see if they say So Greg Miller got the offer to host because on Kind of Funny Games they talked about hosting video games. I'm trying to scroll through this Rolling Stone article, which Rolling Stone articles probably aren't going to be groundbreaking news or anything. It's probably going to be mostly a flood place. Let's see. Well, this says, I'm used to playing to my audience and I know the kind of funny audience. I'm trying to read all of this and see if there's actually anything worth even mentioning. There's a lot of text here. I have to applaud Rolling Stone for actually making an article out of an article. So many video game articles are barely 3 sentences, a paragraph, 2 paragraphs. There's a lot of explanations, but not a lot of quotes. Here's the bottom quote. Here. The bottom 2 quotes. Quote, "For the people winning the award, yes, I would hope it does come up," he said. So there must have been a question before this. "I always feel that what award shows are great at doing is giving a voice to a group that needs to speak up, speak to each other, the developers, talking to other developers. I love the idea." This is a different quote, so this could very possibly be, quote, mined to say something from 2 different quotes. "I love the idea of the award winner getting up there and talking about representation or what the industry can do better." So, like all award shows, it's the Me Too Times Up movement. Well, that's what he was specifically asked about, but I don't even think the Times is the Times Up movement. I don't even know what it's about because it's so poorly defined. Is it about getting more minorities as in women, or minorities as in not white people in the industry of the movie industry? Or like the Me Too movement, I know, and that was clearly enough defined. It's a hashtag used to claim and that somebody's sexually harassed you in some form. But the Time's Up movement, that came out of the blue. I have no idea what that's even about. I just kind of think it's probably exactly the same as the Me Too movement that has me scratching my head. Why are there 2 movements? Kind of ironically, if the Time's Up movement talk about, or if he loves the idea of an award winner getting up there and talking about representation or what the industry can do better, what they could do better and what they could do for representation is not kick out one member of Kind of Friendly Games from the entire industry of video game reviews because he has differing political opinions that really didn't even have anything to do with video games. But I mean, I'm really bringing up a rant here as much as anything else. This Rolling Stone article doesn't say much of anything. Moving on, Your Gamer has Bungie delaying Destiny 2 mod improvements and exotic reputation. Bungie has delayed a number of key improvements set to hit Destiny 2. I think we already talked about that. Since I don't really care about Destiny 2 too much, I'm going to go ahead and skip that. Furthermore, I'm a little tired of losing, so I'm going to come over here on this Tavern Brawl and see if we can play a Paladin Tavern Brawl and maybe get some victories. Let's skip to the next article. That I went through that really quick because I just don't care about Destiny 2. Nobody's gonna care about Destiny 2. We'll give it 2 years. We'll start to hear about or have Destiny 3, and they'll just move forward, and it will just always be this mediocre series. Kind of in the same way that Mass Effect was this hugely ambitious game series that was supposed to come out every year, and it just didn't succeed. Like, in a weird way, Assassin's Creed is the annual series that is low quality, that has filled the need for the game industry to have a few annual series of games that are low quality. Call of Duty and some of the shooting games, same thing, annual series, low quality, but they have some heritage. I don't think you're going to be able to create yet another game series that is going to be low quality though. I think you have to do something really good, and you have to continue to do something really good. I want to see the entire industry shift to, I made BioShock 1, I'm not going to make another game until I am interested and think it is high quality like BioShock 1. And that's a poor example because that's not really what happened. Ken Levine, maker of BioShock 1, did make BioShock 1 and didn't really work on BioShock 2, which they came out a year later, maybe 2 years later with, and then he came out a year or two later after that point with BioShock Infinite. Some people might make the argument that it would have been better if it was just BioShock 1 and BioShock Infinite. Personally, I like 2. Didn't have to be a BioShock game though. It could have been just something similar. Nobody really stole half the ideas you could have stolen from that that game.
Reporting for duty. For
Let's
justice.
hit this.
Weapons ready.
Let's see, Ubisoft details and delays Assassin's Creed Origins' next piece of DLC. The Curse of the Pharaohs will take slightly longer than expected to arrive. I want to watch the trailer here. Yeah, they're showing for the trailer, it's MC17. Like, actually, I'm gonna go back and just pause here for a moment. Not MC, but mature 17 plus for ESRB rating. That's for the trailer and the game, I think, because I don't think ESRB rates trailers differently. Movie theaters actually do. You can have a trailer for a movie that's like NC-17, but the trailer itself is E for everyone. It's kind of a silly thing that you would never actually attempt, but you might make a PG-13 trailer for an horror movie. So the game has blood and gore, drug references, intense violence, nudity, sexual content, strong language, and use of alcohol. This is the game, Assassin's Creed Origins, that they want in every kindergarten, in every middle school, in every high school. That's what they want, although they want the educational version. So because Origins is now just this open world RPG, and it does have horse riding. Boy, do I miss horse riding in Revelations. You are so slow running around without a horse. There's kind of like these, what would you call, champion level monsters and enemies, like mostly enemies, but some of them are monsters too. Giant scorpion he's fighting right now. And then there's these creatures that are in Anubis costumes, which they might actually be Anubis people, but it might just be people in disguise too. And the Valley of the Kings is being shown off, so I assume that that's a new area. The fact that they put in this mysticism into the Assassin's Creed Origins world is confusing, because like, where does that come from and where does that fit into the Assassin's Creed series? Where is the bleeding effect? You're still, I believe, in the Animus when you're playing Assassin's Creed Origins, although that's barely touched upon. Where are the ancient aliens? How do they fit in there? Are all of these Egyptian gods actually ancient aliens, or are they just expanding the world to say that the world has not only gods as creatures running around like the ancient Egyptian gods, but also Ancient Aliens. Man, I just saw the skill tree on the Origins. Man, that is big. I don't know if this video is looping or if they're just showing me the same content twice. You know, in all honesty, I could see myself getting frustrated with playing Assassin's Creed Origins just because of how different it is. I've invested playing at least 4 60-hour games now by playing up to Revelations, and I've played all 4 of those games twice, so you're talking 480 hours of commitment that I've spent on the Assassin's Creed series, at least. Probably closer to 500 or 600 hours of investment to come into Origins and just say, okay, now everything is different and nothing before matters. That frustration alone, even though I know Origins is pretty good, might just push me not to want to play it. They should have just given it a different name. And I wouldn't be surprised if they tried something like that, where they pushed Origins into something else. So the next game that kind of is an Assassin's Creed game, it becomes this, becomes something else, where perhaps it's just called Origins, or Creed Origins, or just Origins 2. Yeah, I don't know what you changed the name to.
Back to your homes.
I don't have enough mana.
Let's see.
At last, a worthy disciple.
So, your gamer, I mean PC Gamer, is explaining the Curse of the Pharaohs DLC is the opposite of Discovery Mode, in that it's taking you to battle undead pharaohs, Anubis-like guards, and giant scorpions, the fake stuff. Curse of the Pharaoh map is vastly new territory filled with surprises, they say. The main character's name is Bayek, so I don't think that would be particularly a great name.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, I really can't think of a different name to call it. The DLC was originally supposed to come out March 6th, now it's going to come out March 13th, so they're only really pushing back a week right now. So moving on, we're not making as much progress as I would have liked on here. And I don't know if I could really challenge anybody on the European account. Funcom is counting down to a new game reveal. It's probably not a Stalker MMO, but it kind of looks like one. Let's see. Funcom is the MMO studio behind Age of Conan, The Secret World, and Conan Exiles. And the fact that they're counting down kind of tells you they are done with Conan Exiles. And they kind of failed totally at that. Just a poor way to develop and release a game, in my opinion.
Death does not scare me.
To battle.
Let's see. This countdown website looks kind of cool. As you move the mouse around, the background phase shifts in parallax. Well, it doesn't phase shift, but it shifts the perspective in parallax. There's something called the bar, there's something called Prip, there's something called Soma, there's something called Dex, and there's a character called Borman, that they're showing little shadows of these people. So, I don't know, like, after you see the poor development and release of the previous let's see. This would have worked better after I had attacked this, I think. Oh well. Just try to get some victories. Yeah, it's a shame Conan Exiles failed. I'd like to see some of those Conan Exiles assets. I mean, there really isn't even that much you could do with it. PC Gamer has an article. Ivy and Zaza Lamel have been confirmed for Soul Calibur 6. So Ivy is one of the characters I find most recognizable for Soul Calibur, wearing a strange bikini in purple and using a whip weapon.
Buying or selling.
She also has bright red lipstick too, so there's that Freudian slip there. And Zazamel is a character I don't recognize at all. He looks like he's kind of a guy all in white, maybe a mummy character with a Reaper Sai. And the Soul Calibur games are always people with weapons. Let's see. Soul Calibur 6 is also confirmed. Sofita, Mitsusurigi, Nightmare, Zanji, Killick, and the eye patch wearing Gra. If any of that makes any sense.
Put your faith in the light. To battle.
So, all the characters that you probably want in a Soul Calibur game will work. I'm a little confused. Like, Soul Calibur probably is a game I could and Soul Calibur and Soul Edge and Soul Blade are apparently all integrated. Like, I wonder if I could get away with playing Soul Calibur on YouTube. Or not. Maybe, maybe not. I think probably. But I'm starting to think maybe YouTube's just gonna get more and more constrictive. We'll have to see. I would probably play some of this. Let's see. But I don't know how we would do this.
For justice.
Got all these weapons, but I can't really use any of them. Soul Calibur. And then Steam is what I need to search to see if I can find if it's on Steam. Soul Calibur 2 doesn't seem like it comes out. Yeah, I'm looking for the phrase Soul Calibur on Steam, and the game that's coming up is X-Blades, which is not Soul Calibur. And if I just search the word soul,
For justice. Reporting for duty.
too many games come up.
To battle.
Soul Grabber, Soul Keeper, Soul Harvest, search by relevance, search by user reviews, I guess maybe? Nope, that doesn't work. So, Soul Edge was an arcade PlayStation 1 game. Soul Calibur was a Dreamcast Xbox Live game in 2008. Soul Calibur 2 is GameCube, PlayStation, and Xbox. Alright. Let's try this. We do
For justice.
this. We do this.
Reporting for
We
duty.
do this. And we do this.
To battle. To battle.
I had enough to do that to would have helped. Let's see, Soul Calibur 3 arcade PlayStation 2, Soul Calibur Legends was a Wii spin-off title, Soul Calibur 4 was a PlayStation 3 Xbox 360 game. I played one of these, I think the maybe Legends or Soul Calibur 2 on the GameCube. Broken Destiny is a PlayStation Portable spin-off. Soul Calibur 5 is PS3 Xbox 360, Soul Calibur 2 HD Online, Xbox Live, PlayStation Network. Soul Calibur Lost Souls, and for PlayStation Network, free-to-play game based on Soul Calibur 5. Soul Calibur Unbreakable Soul 2014 iOS game, and Soul Calibur 6 is coming to the Microsoft Windows. Let's just keep on playing. We're not getting those paladin victories. Let's just go back and try the Murloc again. We tried the Murloc deck on casual. Let's try it on ranked. So when I click on Soul Calibur 6, Soul Calibur 6 is going to be the first game in 6 years. The game is to celebrate the 20th anniversary. But well, it says it's coming out for Microsoft Windows. We're just gonna have to wait. It's coming out from Bandai Namco though, so there's a decent chance it will come to Steam. And it's hit that point where I was following Gaming Grumps on Twitter. It's time to mute them. There's nothing super offensive on what they're posting. For what I've seen, it's just they're not posting anything informative or useful. And I'd like to keep my content a little bit, my feed a little bit more controlled. Here's a big story. I should have broken up this recording. This will be the last game of this recording. A Metal Gear Survive is garbage. And it's even more garbage than that. It has scuzzy to quote Rock Paper Shotgun, scuzzy microtransactions. So if you have a save file and you want another save slot, you have to pay effectively $10 to get that. Real world money. You have to pay the in-game currency, which probably means you have to get real world money to get emotes and buy a boost. The game is crawling with microtransactions. Let's see. $10 to buy a second character slot, or $2 for a one-day temporary boost to level up your guys. And this is for a game that costs $40 up front. So, I mean, I don't know what argument you're really making there, because there's plenty of $60 games like Battlefront that are also doing that. So that's not the best argument. There's really no reason why you'd want to play Metal Gear Survive anyways. But it's pretty crazy. You can spend 99 cents or you can spend $10. If you buy in bulk, you get more than if you buy in small increments. It's just ridiculous. Currencies on top of currencies to confuse things. Yeah. Jim Sterling put it pretty simply. It seems like Hideo Kojima, when he left the Konami and went to move on to make Death Stranding, he took all the talent with him. If arguably there is any talent there, which I think there is. So, yep, that's the end of that, I suppose. I don't think anybody really thought that Metal Gear Survive was going to be good. That's why you're not seeing a lot of people paying for advertisement for it. You're not seeing any of these. PC Gamer in particular is a great example of the secret advertisement that looks like it's actually an article, but actually it's an advertisement thing. PC Gamer's not saying much about Metal Gear Survive. Nobody else is. The Warcraft film director says it was a political minefield. Duncan Jones says rewrites and changes forced by studio politics was disheartening. That's pretty much true for all of making movies. It's always politics and people putting in their own 2 cents and trying to have some aspect changed or some idea put in because it's their personal idea. There's way too many fingers in the pot. Way too much management in movie making. Let's see. Oddly, he said this in a recent interview with Sci-Fi Channel. I do kind of want to applaud Sci-Fi Channel, but only very smallly because they have been total garbage for probably 3 decades straight now. They finally have gotten the rights to Futurama. And when you go back and think about it, Futurama should have been on the Sci-Fi Channel when it originally aired. But it's been instead in the hands of Comedy Central for a very long time, and I'm not sure if this parent company that owns Comedy Central is the same people that own Sci-Fi or not, but it seems sure, Futurama is a comedy, but it's also a sci-fi show, and Sci-Fi Channel could use some science fiction comedies because almost everything they do as far as original content is serious, with the exception of Sharknado movies, which are most definitely not serious. One of the things about the Warcraft movie too is it was made in such a way that it would sell internationally very well, and it did succeed very much in the international market because it was so simplistic and relatable, and you could just, if you're showing it in China and you have to translate it to Chinese, you can effectively rewrite the entire story to make more sense for what little story there was. Making a Warcraft movie inherently didn't make any sense to me. It seemed odd. The timing seemed odd. We are now at the point where they might be announcing a Warcraft 4, but they probably aren't. There is some kind of invitational to Warcraft players that's going to be happening pretty soon. But that would have been when a Warcraft movie should happen, is when there's a new expansion for World of Warcraft to get the online players in there, which I could totally see the Asian market and having a Warcraft movie to try and bring in more people to World of Warcraft in the Asian markets. But I don't even think there was really even an expansion when that movie came out. Tech spot, this isn't really video game related. Most Windows 10 PCs are now running the Fall Creators Update. Adoption recently passed 85%, which is weird because I'm pretty sure my computer skipped one or two other updates, or the other updates were just not that good or not that important. What was I talking about? Man, I just had a major brain cloud.
To battle!
I'm about to lose. And if I could have just done one more damage. I was talking about World of Warcraft and the potential that there might be a new World of Warcraft or a new Warcraft game. I would love to see Warcraft 4 come out. Sadly, I don't think it ever will. And I guess I'll just leave it at that. Well, I kind of don't know what to do here. Like, I desperately need more victories. Desperately need more victories. So maybe I can find somebody that I could challenge. Like this guy's new. Maybe I could challenge him to a standard deck, and we could play in the next recording. That's gonna be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. I'll be back in a moment. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Friday, February 23rd. We've hit another one of those pitfalls of Hearthstone. I desperately need victories on the European account. Can't cheat on the European account. At best, maybe I can get one of these people to let me play and win. I need to win with the Paladin deck, and at least once, and I need to do several other things, and that's kind of the way it goes. And even if I did add friends randomly here and tried to get more people, it's not like random people are gonna inherently let me win anyways. So your next best bet is to play the Murloc, and we were playing the Murloc deck because that's kind of the only Murloc deck we had. I guess we can try this Paladin deck on rank play, see if we get some quick victories. Everything's falling apart. We started off pretty quickly today, going through what is not a huge amount of news, but I guess I'm taking my time on it. I had some plans that at this rate I won't get around to actually do some paperwork and schedule videos, make sure things are scheduled right. I don't know if that's actually going to happen now, but it probably should. PC Gamer has an article, Save Big on Sniper Elite series this weekend. I think that's just up to 80% off on Rebellion Steam sale. Let's see. Let's actually look at that. So, 70% off. Personally, not the best deal ever, but it might very well be the best deal you'd get on some of these Rebellion games, because some of these publishers don't ever let their games go down. So Sniper Elite 4, for instance, that was released February 13th, 2017, is 66% off to make it $20.39. Not terrible until you look at the Season Pass, which is only 50% off for $17.49. Add those back together, you're still paying $40 for what is effectively a nearly 2-year-old game. Discover a minion, give it +1/+1.
I must move quickly.
Give all minions in your hand +1/+1. I have all these cards that are pumping up cards. I don't understand what the plan here with these. The Zombie Army Trilogy is 80% off for 89 cents. Sniper Elite 4, not actually on my wish list. Maybe I should add to my wish list. Zombie Army Trilogy is. So it's 80% off for $8.99. That's a good deal. That would be something I would ask people to donate to me in the effort to, in some weird way, monetize this channel now that it's not monetized by YouTube. Which, sadly, that's just gonna be what happens all the time, is me begging, e-begging and shilling on this channel. Like, my channel is literally going to have to be made worse because of YouTube, because of what they've done. And frankly, I'm not sure if I can handle the frustration when I start to think about the 5,000 videos that were making me money every week. Pennies, certainly, but I was making $1 or $2 every week after all that work. Now that's all gone, and it's gone very possibly forever. The only way this turns around and fixes itself is if there's perhaps a system in which I start to see more subscribers. But according to my analytics, I lost 7 subscribers last week. Like, I'm getting new subscribers, definitely. 2 or 3 a week, but also YouTube de-subs people. It just has people de-sub. I also want to be aware if right now there's kind of a glitch on my Twitter where I'm double announcing videos. If that's irritating anybody, let me know, and I'll spend some time to try and fix that. But I don't want to irritate somebody, and I don't want to flood their Twitter feed. The Sniper Elite Complete Pack is 74% off for $30.94, which apparently doesn't include Sniper Elite 4, but it includes 2 and 1, or Sniper Elite version 2. The idea of the sniper games makes some sense. I'll play them a little bit, but I don't think I'd ever get crazy into them. Battlezone is maybe a... Does this work on PC? Or is this VR only? I think it works on PC without VR. Battlezone is 66% off for $13.59. Looks kind of like a Tron game. So quick steer hand. Don't want to play this like this. Whenever this attacks and kills somebody, it should get 2 Murlocs from my deck. Which, maybe that'll work. I don't think it actually will though, because I don't think I have any Murlocs. Rogue Troopers Redux is 50% off for $13. Sniper Elite 3 plus the Silver Season Pass is 75% off for $12.49. Sniper Elite 3 alone is 80% off for $5.99. It might really come down to the fact that the Season Pass for Sniper Elite 3 is not actually useful. Battlezone 98 Redux is 75% off for $5, and those Paladin cards do not work at all. We're back to Murlocs, and I should be playing casual, but it doesn't seem like it works no matter what you do. Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army 2 is $70, 70% off for $4.49. Sniper Elite Nazi Zombie Army 1 is 70% off for $4.49. Ground Control Collection is 66% off for $3.05. The Lords of the Realm Complete is 66% off for $4.41. The Grand Control Anthology is 66% off for $1.69. So if you wanted to force me to figure out what Ground Control Anthology is because you have some love for it or know what it is and think it's a good game, or it's a bad game that I would have some input on it, that one's not even $2. That's maybe even £1. You could buy that and gift that one to me. Ground Control 2 is 66% off for $1.69. So I have to assume that the Ground Control Anthology doesn't actually include Ground Control 2 Operation Exodus, or something weird is happening there. Lords of the Realm is 66% off, and that is 67 cents. So I gotta check this one out. Like, what does Lords of the Realm look like? It is an old looking game. And that's kind of the problem. And why a lot of these games, even though it's mostly positive at 76%, games are just getting so old these days. It's stopped making a lot of sense to purchase really cheap ones when I just know I'll never get around to them. Lords of the Realm 3 in comparison is 66% off for $1.01. Let's look at how old that is. This came out in 1996 and it still looks pretty bad. Has a top-down real-time strategy. But that was Lords of the Realm 2. Lords of the Realm 3 is actually $1.69 and it came out in 2004, but it's mostly negative. Interesting. So time itself must have hurt that game. Also the fact that it looks different probably hurt it. It looks like an Ages of Empires style game, and even the Ages of Empires games didn't work. Lords of the Magic Special Edition is 66% off for $1.69. Wolfie the Red Hood Diaries is 66% off at $3.39. Now this game is an unfinished game, but it tickles my interest. I don't know if that's a good term to use. Probably not. I'll try never to use it again. But it's a very interesting looking game, even if it's unfinished. Paying $3.40 for something that had my interest when it first came out in 2015 is cool. It was, I believe, purchased from the original creators who kickstarted it and then ran out of money and just put out like Act 1. So it's Act 1 is finished, yes, but the rest of the story it's left on a cliffhanger. I definitely do want to play that. That's on my wish list, even if it is bad. Rogue Trooper 66% off for $3.39. Moon-based Commander 75% off for $1.50. Another game I want, Judge Dredd, Dread versus Death. Not only is playing a Judge Dredd game a good search engine optimization game, it actually is, in this instance, a game worth playing because it is a very unique 2009 experience that tells a kind of odd Judge Dredd tale that you don't see in the two Judge Dredd movies that were made. Something closer to what actually happens in the comic books. Also, Aliens vs. Predator Classic 2000 is 75% off for $1.24. Judge Dredd is $2, by the way. So these are great gifts that people could get for themselves or for me. We'll try and broaden out the definition of why we're covering this content at all. I really don't have time to make separate videos that would cover these sales every week on Steam. Maybe the Humble Bundles I can make a separate video as an advertisement video, but like, again, my channel is gonna become worse because I'm gonna have to spend time making advertisement videos now. Excuse me. Alien vs. Predator, I want to get all the Aliens games that are out there. It's 75% off, $1.25. Evil Genius, 75% off. It's $2.50. Another game I want to play. A little bit buggy, 2009 game, but alright. So, for the company that's most known for the Sniper Elite series, as I'm scrolling down and seeing some other Sniper Elite DLCs and things that are 50% off, there's at least 3 or 4 games in that sale that are not Sniper Elite games that have been on my list and I've been more interested in having instead.
Quite hit the mark.
Let's try an attack here. How do we want to do this? Here. And well, then we'll just do this. And then we'll just do this. And then we'll do this. And then so, yeah, some Rebellion things. The celebration runs from Monday, February 26th, runs from now to Monday, February 26th at 10 a.m. Pacific time. If you wanted to buy everything from the Rebellion Anthology, it'd be $141.79. That's quite a lot. But that's slowly what I do, is I buy things from specific companies that have things like anthology bundles, and depending on the bundle, several of them actually allow for you to they allow for you to lower the price for games that you already have purchased. Let's see. Not sure I want to do that yet, so I'm going to do this instead. Cast a random spell on the 10th turn. And to be honest, Rebellion is not even a major publisher, so there's not that much even on that list that's on my wish list. Now my wish list does have 1,800 games on it, and many of those are pre-order early access games that I'm not ready to consider completely. Seriously, game. Seriously, Hearthstone. Just freaking give me a disconnect. Give me a quick victory or something. This is irritating as all get out to have game after game, hour after hour of losses. And I know I'm not paying attention, but it's really a chicken and egg scenario where the reason I don't pay that much attention to Hearthstone is because even when I was playing this game before I was streaming it and recording it, because I played some Hearthstone before I even started my YouTube channel, even when I was paying attention, it was awful. It's always this awful experience of matchmaking. Maybe I am getting a 50% win ratio, but that's not the right amount. I want an 80 to 90% win ratio in a game. I kind of demand it. And man, I'm gonna eventually just rage quit Hearthstone because of this stuff. It's ridiculous. That's what I want. Give me 3 more of those so I can be done. These daily quests are killing me. They're the problem, because otherwise I would have just stopped. I can play warrior now. Yeah. So instead of playing just the paladin Murloc deck, which probably should be the deck that wins anyways, I can now either play a taunt or a weapon pirate deck. Let's see what happens there. So, to get off that rant, because I mean, what can I really do other than say I hate Hearthstone? TechSpot, which is a new one for me. I'm starting to follow TechSpot more. Has a article feature called "The Quest of Making Better Video Game Controllers." It's long, and it really is kind of built around the idea of the Xbox Elite controller, which I've heard that the Xbox Elite controller is actually not as good. It's better than the Xbox One controller, but it's not sturdy. And so people who bought it like a year ago, I heard in one instance, have now broken it and are back to using a regular controller. I've been on the other end of that idea, where I've been buying Xbox 360 wired controllers for my PC because I want to use wired. And now I've just recently, in the last one I broke after about a year. I break them about a year, honestly. Controllers for me, and I think for any major gamer, you're gonna break your controller, wear down the bearing after a year. So I moved up to an Xbox One. Xbox One is a little bit better than the Xbox 360, but I wouldn't move up to the Elite. The little flappy paddles on the back of the controller doesn't make it much sense to me, and every time I've thought about it, I don't know if there really is much more you can add to a controller that the game people would use. Like, nobody wants a scroll wheel, I think, in a game. I don't think people want a touch screen. I don't think people want a thumb ball or mouse ball.
We must
you could probably add another pause button. The forward and back button might do something helpful. I feel like maybe the 4-way D-pad could turn into a 16-way D-pad, and that might change people's opinion a little bit on it, but that's kind of the only thing. The analog direction, left and right stick, even though they're off balance, is kind of still alright. You really get into the realm of should you put foot paddles or something with the controllers, something that's not even hand controlled. Because I am, and I assume lots of people are weak as far as using their pinky fingers or their ring fingers, and frankly even trying to specifically control something with a middle finger is a little difficult for me. I don't really expect that you could have more triggers and more buttons. We're limited by the number of human hands. Vibration, controlling things like that could be added, sure, but make more vibration. A directional thing for menus like the Wiimote, on the face of it seems like it makes sense, but it actually just splits the field and has you controlling the controller one way when you're playing the game and a different way when you're not. Maybe put in one of those machines that sprays scents in your face so you can smell. There was speakers in controllers at one time in the Wiimotes. That never really got added to the Xbox standard. That would be kind of cool, but it got barely used. Honestly, just a middle pause button. That's kind of all I'd like, is help people get to the menu more.
Drink with me, friend.
So yeah, you could have a whole row above the start and back buttons on an Xbox controller, just like F1, F2, F3, F4 for menus. That would probably help a little bit, but that's kind of all it. Like, I cannot think of anything more to really do to improve a controller, which is kind of a good thing, because that means while Nintendo will continue to do whatever Nintendo wants to do with controllers, everybody else will be happy to stay with a standard. Moving on, Rock Paper Shotgun has an article that League of Legends has published its Hextech Loot Crate odds. Since the government of China forced them to publish odds, at least in China, they're just now going to publish everything. The odds are there's still a lot of companies out there trying to get around publishing their odds in China, but they're not going to succeed. And League of Legends, I believe, is owned by Riot, which I believe is owned by Tencent, which was a Chinese company in the first place. I could be wrong about half those things I just said.
Blood and plunder.
Let's play this. What this? So I look forward to seeing the odds for like Hearthstone getting published. We kind of already know what they are, but it'd be nice to see the actual odds and do a rant about that. AMD released GPU drivers designed to optimize Sea of Thieves and Final Fantasy VII. We don't get a lot of articles about AMD pushing out new drivers, so try to be fair here. I don't think AMD puts out video drivers as often as NVIDIA does, because NVIDIA is specifically designed around every month they're gonna have a new thing. Play this. I think we've got a victory. Finally. Yuminiki Dream Diary is mixed at 64% right now. This is the remake, I believe. Well, it says here, the new Yuminiki Dream Diary is not a remake, but the full reimagining of the original, reconstructed and enhanced using elements and styles of modern indie games. There was a lot of coverage for this game. I could never really figure out why anybody seemed like they liked it, because it seemed like it was just kind of this surreal walking simulator with no real purpose. I still would really prefer to quick victories. So let's run down here. What in the world is this? Featuring old and new original characters, and then they're showing me what looks like a pencil sketch of some kind of monster that looks like a squatting woman with no arms and a weird like elephant snout head. Like, this is weird. Weird. Let's look at the negative reviews and see what they've got a problem with. 67 negative reviews. Really not what I was expecting. The original Yuminiki was largely an exploration-based game, and the horror aspect felt incidental. It felt like the game was trying to be a unique thing, and it just happened to be another thing. I especially loved the... Let's see. Lost my place. I especially loved how the game never really forced you to do anything. You could just explore crazy and unique worlds at your own pace and come up with your own explanation as to what's going on. When I heard there was going to be a 3D remake, I was very excited. An exploration game in 3D environment really would have suited Yuminiki's style very well. Unfortunately, the game decided to focus very heavily on puzzle and horror aspects more akin to a game like Limbo or Inside. Those games are great in their own way, but I felt like what made Yuminiki so great has been lost in the style. Next negative review. I love the original game. Is the first thing. Next review starts, to be brief, it's a poorly made clone of games like Limbo and Inside that utilizes the IP of Yuminiki, but none of what makes the original the classic it's become. Next review is pros. The scenery looked gorgeous, most of the characters' models look good. It doesn't capture the original atmosphere very well, but it does a decent job at making its own. Cons: definitely doesn't have $20 worth of content. Collision detecting gets pretty bad. Invisible walls everywhere. Boring platforming areas. Needlessly obtuse platforms. Puzzles that should be simple but aren't. a stealth section, a effing stealth section, who said, hey, you know what that's popular in 2004 Japanese indie RPG maker gaming Yuminiki needs? A stealth section. So the first the last three complaints are the stealth section. In a weird way, this kind of motivates me to want to play Yuminiki, the remake, now. Because now there's a controversy. I don't want to pay $20 for it. They are totally right on that. And I would prefer to play Inside, which is which I haven't gotten around to. Let's see, can we? Let's just continue playing here. This. And should I play this? Should I just keep playing this? I'll save. I'm trying to look at the screenshots of this remake. It seems cheaply made. This kind of is a game that I might try to squash, play Inside, then play this and say, look how bad this is compared to the Inside that we just played, as a A/B comparison. And then after playing the new Yuminiki game, I would try to play the old one, since I've never played either one of them. That is a rare case in which I'm adding a bad game to my wish list, and I know it's a bad game. From the word go. Right, if we do this, and then this, and that, and that. Do this, and that. Attack there. And see, I believe that the reason I'm even talking about Yuminiki is just because Steam said, hey, it's now available. The Dead Island franchise is up to 75% off. Also directly from Steam. So, Dead Island Retro Revenge. I don't remember this being a game. When did this come out? June 1st, 2016. Wow, this is a side-scrolling beat-em-up. I totally missed the Dead Island game. Also, the Dead Island Definitive Edition and Dead Island Riptide Definitive Edition. We'll go ahead and add that. The recent reviews are mostly positive on Riptide. The overall reviews are mixed, however, which is kind of probably a little fair. A lot of that is going to be compared to what Techland did instead with Dying Light. Let's see, Escape Dead Island is apparently not on sale at all, though. So, why is that one even mentioned when it's not on sale? So, 75% off for $11.10. You get the Dead Island Retro Revenge. You get Dead Island the Definitive Edition, which is the different edition than what I have, and kind of a rip-off to buy a pretty bad game a second time. But I think they did make some moderate changes to the Definitive Edition. And then you also get Dead Island Riptide Definitive Edition.
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
What's not listed here is the previous version of Dead Island at all. So is that just not available for purchase? I guess maybe it isn't. It just isn't for purchase anymore. Because I'm not seeing the original version of Dead Island. Let's see, relevance, release date, name. Yeah, I don't think I don't have a way. Yeah, there's still no way to really search these websites. Steam search still kind of sucks. PC Gamer has an actual review for All Walls Must Fail, which they gave it a 72. Having last stream looked up how they give rating scores, it's pretty crazy. How they break things down and what a 72 means in their mind versus what it would mean in a normal person's mind. They say it's a cool idea with a well-realized theme, but this game would have benefited from being in early access longer.
What to do?
To me, looking at the screenshots, it seems like it's not super interesting. And if it's just 70, I think you're pretty much agreeing with that. There's a job listing for Ubisoft. I don't know if we're doing job listings today. We can close that. Summon this. Now I could summon 2 of those. Hey, look at that. I just won. Discord has expanded its verified server program to esports teams. This is a short article, so nothing really special to say there. If you were trying to get a verified server on Discord, which I'm not sure if that really is a thing that needs to be a thing. I'm not sure if Discord is really going to be something that's still around in a couple of years. Kind of how Snapchat right now is falling apart. I never got into Snapchat. The idea as a content creator of being able to do anything with Snapchat is kind of ridiculous. And it seems like with their update on their program, nobody's happy with it. For me personally, Snapchat always had this feeling that it was being used by either 18-year-olds or younger people to send pictures of themselves naked to their friends, and it was just built around this idea of the instant destroying, self-destructive message, and that's kind of all I thought it or felt like it was ever being used as. So if I was ever to come across a scenario where somebody suggested me to use Snapchat, it'd be the equivalent of somebody suggesting that I use Grindr or Tinder or something. I'd be like, well, that doesn't really work for a video game critic on YouTube. Rock Paper Shotgun has an article, How Small Game Makers Found Their Community with Bitsy. Never heard of Bitsy. Bitsy is a game that was released to itch.io, a humble game making tool described by its creator as a little editor for little games of worlds. And it seems like they're basically 8-bit pixel type games. And apparently a lot of indie people used it to make a bunch of 8-bit pixel games, probably because it was easy. And now itch.io and perhaps Steam is flooded with a bunch of kind of low quality games. I don't want to be a gatekeeper, but I kind of have to be a gatekeeper here and put out my argument that if you can't afford, if you're not ambitious enough to pay an artist to make your game, you shouldn't be making a video game. You just shouldn't. Video games are visual audio media. If you can't do the video and the visual, or you can't do the audio, you should make a different form. Write a book if you're a good writer. Draw if you're a good artist. Draw a comic book if you're an artist. If you're such a terrible writer that you can't write a terrible comic book and with really good art, then work with somebody who's such a terrible artist that they can't draw anything. Let's see, charge. Go ahead and try and kill this guy. 3 plus this.
Job's done.
And yeah, if you're gonna make a video game, you have to have artists, you have to have audio. You can't do 8-bit pixel things. Even if you're a really good artist and you just want to use this artistic style, it's too bad. Like, it's been flooded. In the same way that Pablo Picasso can't finger paint and say that's an artistic style or decision, people can't use 8-bit anymore. It's that opportunity has been wasted and used up. Alright, so I'm gonna hit this. And then hit that. And I'm still going through this 2-page article on PC Gamer. I mean Rock Paper Shotgun. And they're just showing all of these boring looking itch.io games. I have no interest in any of them. Gamer Sutra has an article, net neutrality repeal effective starting on April 23rd. So net neutrality will be dissolved effectively April 23rd as noted by the revocation order published to the Federal Register by the Federal Communication Commission today. That's the FCC. It is possible, although slightly unlikely, that the Congress, Senate could pass a order or a law that would maintain net neutrality, but it's not super likely to happen. That was a poor choice I just did. I should have attacked the face, attacked with the weapon. Let's just kill this with the weapon. Just play way too conservatively. So if by April 23rd the order is still effective, it's likely that the internet providers will begin to offer tiered plans, which will allow them to pick and choose what content consumers see depending on how much they're paying. These tiered plans may impact the speed of game downloads and online games, and certainly lots of other things. Let's do this.
Watch this.
And that. All he needs to do is 6 damage and he'll still win. The whole net neutrality thing is getting forgotten as we have school shootings, as we have investigations into possible corruption, collusion, and interference in the United States electoral system. Net neutrality just gets forgotten, as it kind of happens with the news cycles and with people being very flippant and people not even bothering to vote, and gerrymandering, making it unhelpful to vote anyways. There's a lot that needs to be done. And And I suppose, even in my bitterest thought, if I was to say, you know what, screw net neutrality, let's see YouTube get totally screwed and fall to pieces because of what they've done to small YouTubers by kicking them out. Like, even in that bitterest thought, that doesn't really solve anything. And speaking of not solving anything, we now need to get Shaman, Druid, Hunter, or Warlock victories. So we'll try some Druid Helper. Now I'm on the Americas account. Maybe somebody would want to play me. Maybe not. It would be a miracle and a nice thing if net neutrality was saved. That will, at the very least, move us forward towards the next sleazy thing that the internet service providers are gonna try and pull in their oligarchy. Moving on, Your Gamer has an article. Animal Crossing Pocket Camp is getting a fishing tournament. I don't think anybody really likes Animal Crossing Pocket Camp though, because it's a really bad translation of what Animal Crossing usually is. I already talked about the game Cypher. Did this one have a link to Steam? Let me just make sure I've wishlisted it. Yes, it's on the wishlist. At the end of the turn, give a...
Do you need a blessing?
I wait for no one.
Alright. US video game hardware sales topped 1 million in January, according to Gamma Sutra. That's nice. So, the analyst firm's report, one of the analysts, the NPD group, let's see, says hardware spending in January grew 119% year over year, coming in at $278 million dollars for the month. What inherently is increasing hardware sales? It's probably the Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation 4 Pro and the Xbox One. Each one of those is probably getting a decent bump in sales. However, Beastcast, the giant Beastcast, was talking about maybe it's time to... They were wondering if it's time to save up for the next console. I don't think so. Like, I really wouldn't be surprised if the next console we hear announced from a big creator is a different version of the Switch, because the Switch was an underpowered machine. It needs more storage. It needs probably not more power, but more batteries would be cool. Let's see.
Job done.
So, yeah, I'm not expecting an Xbox 2 or a PlayStation 5. Maybe a PlayStation 5 would come out in the next couple of years, but I don't know if there's enough games for the PlayStation 4 even in the next couple of years to justify it. Let's see. PC Gamer has an article called "The Vernum and Thimbleweed Park are finding homes for hints in modern games. Whether external guides or in-game systems, there's a place for hints in games that revive old-school design ideas." This is an interesting, like, opinion piece. And it's sort of true. Assassin's Creed Revelations, as I'm playing it, is the worst. Literally the worst about not telling you what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do, not breadcrumbing you. I will start a memory in it and just not even know. Totally be confused. do I want to just go to random card? No. Thimbleweed Park is a point-and-click adventure, whereas the other game, Avernum, looks like a top-down RPG dungeon master style game. And if you ever listen to the developer commentary for, I believe, Portal or Portal 2, you learn just how much effort they put into making the levels so that the player knew what they were doing and knew what they were supposed to do, and they weren't confused.
Job's done.
And Assassin's Creed Revelations, worse than any of the other Assassin's Creed games I've played so far, just doesn't. And on top of that, now that I'm at the later levels, there was one level where you had to sneak into a palace for no real reason because you're friends with the prince in the palace, and be unseen to sneak in with the palace, and then you talk to the prince, and after you get the cutscene talking to the prince, you then have to sneak out of the palace to be unseen. And it feels like it's probably for a storyline reason that you had to be unseen, but the legitimate reason why the character at that point would sneak in or be at any point in trouble with, or that the guards would be on guard for the guy, doesn't make much sense. It sort of makes sense, but it doesn't make enough sense. Yeah, I doubt I'm gonna win here. I've got my icons back on my page, so there's not too many more articles here. Arc System Works has a PC Gamer has an article called Arc System Works Talks Fighting Games on PC and Why None of Their Male Fighters Have Nipples. That'll be interesting. I think I already read this article that they just gave it a different title, or no, I read an article that was something. Alright, here we go. Wes, I have kind of a weird question. Where are the guy's nipples? Even Mario has nipples now. Let's see. Play this. Play this. Play this.
Oh, if you're sure.
So Monáe says, I heard that overseas it wouldn't be too well received, so we intentionally abstracted that. Then he laughs in brackets, which I don't know why you put that in brackets and not parentheses. I think in the US and Europe it's more acceptable, but in Asia it's not really, so we kind of fudged it a bit. I thought it was totally acceptable to have some form of expression of that. I guess that's cultural. So here you have a Japanese person saying that that it is unacceptable to show nipples of men, of guys in Asia, but it's totally cool in the US. He's lying through his teeth, I believe. Maybe I'm a little wrong on this one. I'm pretty sure he's lying through his teeth. Let's play the Murloc Shaman deck. I think it's the exact opposite, that they got the message wrong and thought that the US or Europe or some other country that they care about would be offended. Because here's why I think he's lying, and this is a typical Japanese response to be gracious and kind. The Japanese have public baths all over the place, so guys see guys' nipples all the time. They have no problem with it. They don't care. They see guys naked all the time in the public baths completely, and they don't care. There are, at least in the gay love animes and stories and mangas that are there, their nipples are shown all the time. I'm trying to think if nipples are shown in just general anime things. Yeah, they kind of are. You don't see too many guys running shirtless. More often than not, you'll run into scenarios where there's an entire harem of girls that are running around topless, but the guy's still wearing a shirt. So maybe there is some point to that. But I kind of don't believe it. It happens, not that much. But they're specifically, I think, talking about Dragon Ball Z. So then the question I should ask is, let me just open up Google and type in Goku nipples. This'll ruin my internet search. Images. Yeah, here I'm seeing Goku with black circles for nipples, not super defined or anything. Here I'm seeing other characters with nipples. A lot of this is fan art, but some of this clearly is original art too. Yep. Yep. So yeah, that kind of solves that issue right there. Here you have the creators of Dragon Ball FighterZ adding censorship that the original creators of the Dragon Ball series didn't do. Mostly because they keep getting negative, like, super SJW feedback from the mostly SJW mainstream media people. I mean, really it is. Let's see, he's still talking about it. For the record, I am of the school thought that it's acceptable as a form of expression, but I noticed that whenever they take some of the artwork that I do with nipples in Asia, it gets erased. So that's the thing, is as soon as any Japanese person gets the impression that it's not appreciated, that they don't want them doing something that way, they will comply. That is the Japanese experience in school in a nutshell. You will conform, you will comply, you will do whatever makes everybody else around you most comfortable. Unless, of course, you're maybe a family member and then you treat your family like dirt behind closed doors. Sometimes that happens too. But that doesn't really have anything to do with video games. He also says Capcom characters, well, actually Ishiwatari says Capcom characters don't have it either. It's a very tedious process to either draw it or not draw it depending on which region of assets are going to go, so we just decided to keep it universal. Oh, and I guess they are talking about BlazBlue characters. Yeah, so if either of you could make an anime fighting game for any series of property, what would you like to adapt? Ishiwatari says The Simpsons, Mori says Family Guy, and T Titans is one of my personal favorites. Oh, and the Powerpuff Girls. There you have a nice presentation of what anime means to a Japanese person. Also, they consider any animation pretty much anime. So, not a single what a Westerner would call anime listed there. The Simpsons, Family Guys, Powerpuff Girls, Teen Titans. If you're more interested in this interview, head to PC Gamers. I still don't believe the nipple thing though. I feel like if it's an Asian country that's removing it, it's probably not Japan. It could be South Korea, it could be Taiwan, it could be China, it could be one of those countries that I'm just not thinking about, because clearly the original artwork for Dragon Ball that they had not excessively large nipples or anything, but they had nipples. And that's really more conversation about nipples than I thought I'd ever have. Do I want to kill this guy? I think I do. So, a new Overwatch hero was probably teased according to PC Gamer by Blizzard. Let's see. There's a tweet that says declassified after action report Operation White Dome. I don't know if Overwatch really needs more characters because of the balancing issue that comes around with that, but I guess maybe. Did I have a timer running, or I may have accidentally not hit the timer? Nope, I didn't, so I could have been going. Let's see, I have been going for an hour. Alright, well, we're not going to break this up anymore. Let's try to speed some stuff up, and I might just keep TechSpot has an article that says Apple may have made it too easy to call emergency services for help. Over 20 accidental calls daily from one facility. The picture here is to call. It seems to be from the Apple Watch. You can accidentally call 911 at emergency services. In a funny way, I was looking at a phone and there's this medical information that you can get and have on your lock screen, so that if you're found convulsing on the ground, the EMS might have more information about like what pills you're on and such. But at least on the Samsung S7, you have to press emergency call, and then in the lower left hand corner there's just this kind of icon of a nurse, and I was thinking as I'm about to push this button, am I about to call 911 or some kind of nurse service? Because this doesn't say information, this is just a picture. And I pressed it anyways, and turned out that was the thing that gives you the medical information. Very, very helpful, honestly, to have that, particularly for older people. Apple, I don't sing Apple's praises too often, but they definitely deserve some applaud for making a better system to get the important medical things quicker in the cases of older people who might be having an emergency. I was skipping over to a very different thing. I guess I'm swinging back and forth here between somewhat sex-related things or body-related things and not. The Caligula Effect Overdose has a full-length trailer. I've been wondering what in the world this game is for about a month. It is a big launch, definitely, of something that I think they're going to try and make like the Persona series. Everybody seems to be dressed in mostly white and shades of gray with maybe some slight red accents. There's all these kind of anime-esque characters that they seem to have two modes in which they turn from a normal person into kind of a fighter like Persona. RPG, it's a 3D RPG looking thing. The name is extremely weird, the Caligula Effect, but without some more translation and more explanation of the story, I don't know if it has anything to do with anything. I don't even know if it's directly a reference to Caligula throwing orgies, which he's claimed to have done, or if it has to do with Caligula running the country into the ground, which was kind of used done. Who knows whether any of that's true, because it happened so long ago. This really does look like a Persona ripoff, which might not be a terrible thing since Persona is limited to PlayStation, I believe. And so if this is a PC version of something almost as good as Persona and does the similar things, I might be willing to do it. Assuming they translate it to English. It's also weird, there's, to my knowledge, no manga or anime out to begin with. The game is coming out right in line. So this could be a complete and total failure of a series, like or it could be the next Fate Stay done even better. Right, they're talking about a catharsis effect, and it seems like these characters can do something that sends like a glowing red gem through their chests. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, if that's the way that they implement their powers. It says it's coming out for the PS4. Oh man, is this not coming to PC either? Nope, it isn't. Darn it. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but no note right now. PlayStation 4 May 17th in Japan. And still with the trailer, I still don't have not a lot of clues as far as what this game is, but that name keeps grabbing my attention every time. It's definitely intriguing. Let's see. Does any of this matter? No. That's not worth reporting on. I already mentioned it, but Snapchat shares tumbled after Kylie Jenner tweeted that nobody was that she wasn't using Snapchat anymore. How much did they drop? A single tweet wiped away $1 billion off the market value of Snapchat, which, let's face it, the value of Snapchat was highly overinflated. People were just buying it from name recognition, and I heavily suspect a significant number of stocks are overvalued. Let's see. Kim Kardashian's half-sister tweeted her 24.5 million followers. So, does anyone else not open Snapchat anymore, or is it just me? Oh, this is so sad. Jenner has been one of the app's most popular users. Immediately following a tweet, the company's stock started to fall and eventually declined by 6%, clearing $1.3 billion off the market cap and dropping the shares near to the IPO price of $17. Which let's be fair, the IPO price for Snapchat at $17 is probably too high, because I don't know how you make any money. Just on the face of it, how do you make money on Snapchat? Do you run ads against these messages? Does anybody click on those ads? I don't know how Snapchat works, but I bet you don't. Right. A Rhode Island representative wants to tax violent video games. The money would be used for counseling and mental health programs in schools. A lot of people are not happy with that idea. I think probably video game fans that are not happy with that idea might want to reconsider it, though. Like, let's not just, if I have any influence, which I don't, I would say let's not immediately just dig in our heels and choose sides. The idea that money is taken out of violent video game creators, people that would make a M-rated game, which that's the only real way you could get a game labeled violent is if it was rated M, that they have to pay a tax, that money goes directly to counseling the youth and the mentally disturbed in schools, which clearly the U.S. government isn't going to pay for that at this rate. So maybe would do some good. And when playing like Assassin's Creed Revelations, I know everything keeps coming back to that because that's the game I'm playing right now. There is a blood toggle on and off, and the blood toggled on doesn't add anything to the game, honestly. So many games that come out are rated M just because. I would draw a distinct line from something like it seems like Wolfenstein 2, The New Colossus, as part of its artistic creation, wanted to glorify violence, and there's some nudity in it, and there's blood in it, and all of that. It's a first-person shooter about shooting fictional versions of Nazis. That makes sense. Doom, a better example, totally wants to glorify violence and all of that. That makes sense. And so in those instances, if I was paying $1 more for those games because of this tax, like, I'd be like, alright, that's fine. But then there's so many other instances where blood and violence is just thrown in for no reason, and they just get that M rating because why not? It doesn't seem like it really stops anybody from playing M-rated games. Maybe this is a solution. Like, I like the idea of getting money, however you can do it, from getting money for counseling and mental health programs, because that's clearly what I think needs to happen. If this was a similar law where it said Rhode Island representative wants to tax games with microtransactions to fund gambling, addiction, education, and prevention programs, so which I believe is what happens. I'm not 100% sure in Las Vegas, is that the #1 contributor to anti-addiction programs are the casinos in Las Vegas, because they don't want people to be addicted. They want them to come in, spend the money, have some time, not expect to really win big, and then leave and feel like they had a good experience. The last thing they want is somebody who's always there, who's taking out loans on their houses, who's causing problems, who's upset. Those are not the kind of customers a casino wants. And in the same way, video games don't want mentally disturbed people playing their games. No, they want mentally disturbed people to be healthy and then play their games. Makes the same sense. Or maybe if you're so mentally disturbed that you can't play the game because it's not healthy for you, then I think video game creators should want that too. What I definitely don't want, however, is the President of the United States to spout off old school talking points that are directly from the NRA and other lobbyist pro-gun points, in which they try to blame movies and video games and TV and comic books. Why not? Let's blame everybody. All that violence you see in every other thing is the reason for school shootings, not the fact that somebody's mentally disturbed and there's no mental health support system in the United States, or the fact that guns are too easily to get, or the fact that it's impossible for people to take away guns from people that shouldn't have guns, who are mentally disturbed, have a clear mental history of being mentally disturbed, or the fact that there could be 18 calls, which is I believe the number now, that went to the sheriff about the suspect who shot up the school in Florida, that went to the sheriff and they were not acted on appropriately. There's too much bureaucracy. None of that, according to gun lobbyist groups like the NRA, none of that has anything to do with anything. It's because video games are too violent. And this coming from Donald Trump, who is the oldest president ever, who probably hasn't played a video game in 30 years, if ever. It's ridiculous, and it's just getting spouted off as talking points that lobbyists are handing to him to create diversions and distractions. Every single test that has attempted to blame video games has failed. Every single survey, every single experiment has failed. They've almost all failed in the exact opposite direction, saying that people who play violent video games, compared to the general public, are actually less violent. And that starts to make a little sense when you think about, well, maybe they found a healthy outlet. Sure, there is a trope of people getting angry and throwing controllers. Personally, I've never thrown a controller in my life. I've never done anything violent whatsoever because of a video game. If I don't want to play the video game anymore, I stop playing. That's that simple. So this is not only a ridiculous Jack Thompson argument, where Jack Thompson was this lawyer who eventually got disbarred for his ridiculousness of trying to blame and regulate video games for no real reason. No legitimate reason, at least. For this to come back up, it's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. The shooter in the theater several years ago, one of the red guy, there was a shooter in the theater. He had dyed his hair red. I forget his name. He was specifically, it was specifically misreported that he played video games, and because he played video games, that's why he was violent. The truth came out very quickly. He played Pac-Man in the 80s, and his friends thought he was weird because he didn't play video games at all. Which, honestly, if I'm going to say anything, if you know somebody that has never played a video game or doesn't, they're probably Amish or something, like from a very restrictive family. I would keep an eye out for them. Like, the vast majority of people have played something. Play something every now and then. People play solitaire on their computers. That's a video game. People play mobile phone games. Those are video games. If you're not playing anything at all, that means you're pretty much not adding very much fun into your life. And that's not a healthy lifestyle. But I guess I don't want to get into too much of the rant. Anybody who's listening to me probably already knows the truth. Most people with half a lick of common sense aren't going to fall for it's the violent video games argument again. Maybe when it was a generation or two before and people didn't know what video games were, that's fine. There's still good like screenshot mining you could do. You can get an adults only game and get some violence. You can take the bloody fatalities from the most recent Mortal Kombat game and make a ridiculous article that tries to claim video games are too violent. But it's really, really hard to make that stick when you look at things like Grow Up, Gone Home, Super Mario Odyssey, every single Nintendo game that's out. Nintendo went out of their way to make Splatoon a first-person shooter with paintball guns, friendly. We could go down the entire ESRB list and get games. Get other games that would make sense. Alright, do I have anything that will save me? Let's see. This.
Job's done. I don't have enough mana.
And in return.
My head is full.
Gamma Sutra has an article called "Live and Let Die: How Apathy Killed No One Lives Forever." Let's see. This is actually coming from Kotaku.
Options.
Let's see. The proposed remake of the stealth shooter No One Lives Forever is dead because in the water because no one really cares. Let's see. Despite the best efforts of Night Dive Studios, the team in charge of the now on hold System Shock reboot, the franchise might never see the light of day again because nobody can or rather wants to work out who owns the right. You see, Activision, Warner Brothers, and 20th Century Fox each claim to the license, meaning Night Dive would have to talk to all three parties and untangle the convoluted legal web to push ahead with the proposed remaster. And that happens too often in large corporate structures. It's like, yeah, nobody cares that... Oh, I screwed that up. I totally screwed that up. Like, that everybody will claim they own the rights until they're taken to court and forced to admit they don't own the rights to everything if you can get away with it. And in a weird way, we heard an earlier story about Star Control where two people are claiming their own rights. The best way to often fix these things is just ignore all three. What Deep Silver should probably do is just ignore Activision, Warner Brothers, and 20th Century Fox and make the remake and put it out there, and then wait to see which one of them actually sues. Because once they go into that legal forum and are actually paying lawyers to do the discovery, that's what the discovery often means. I need to check here and make sure I'm actually doing right. Yep. Like, that would be the best way to probably settle this, is just make the game and see who sues. And that's probably not the best way for Night Dive to run a business, but it'll work. Moving on, Guilty Gear XRD Revision 2, REV2, has some game balance refinement update that's going to launch March 1st on PS4 and PS3. There's too many Guilty Gear games, honestly. Too many Guilty Gear games. Guilty Gear XRD REV2 is available on PS4, PS3, and PC. I guess I'll search to see if I've got that one on my list of potential potential games. Let's see. I guess it's Guilty Gear XRD Revelator is the main game, and then you have to buy DLC to update it. That really doesn't make much sense at all. That's a lot of stuff. That is a lot of stuff to buy. I don't think there's not a great chance that I'm gonna make it to ever playing the Guilty Gear games. Alright, now I'm back to the Humble Bundle with the Classic Bundle. We already talked about that. Definitely some games on there. If I hadn't overblown my budget, I would at least spend $1 and get the Tesla Effect. And Shadowrun Dragonfall. Broken Sword 5 I already have, but not a bad deal. Not a bad deal if you're getting 3 out of 4 things for $1. So I've got a job listing here, I've got a job listing here, I've got a job listing here. Gamma Sutra has a article blog that says Cultist Simulator pre-sales, why, what, and how much. It's talking about pre-sales from the creator of Cultist Simulator, which I don't think is a game that really succeeded that well, so let's see if we can just skip down to the bottom. Lessons here. Highlighted text in bold. Our problem as indies is to get noticed in the first place. At our level, there is always far more people who have never heard of your game than people have heard it. And then there's a second paragraph labeled number 2 that has nothing highlighted as far as text, and a third paragraph labeled number 3 that's not listed either, and a fourth and a fifth. So if like 5 is only a sentence. Make sure you know why you're going to alpha or early access or paid beta or any other pre-launch sales. Most importantly, pick whether you're looking for cash or feedback. Choose a star to steer by and stick to it. Valid argument in my opinion. Yep. But honestly, if you're looking for cash in the pre-order perspective, then you're probably dead in the water. You're not going to finish your game if you're already out of cash by the time you get to early access. You need money to last through the development of your next game. Some of that. Alright, so let's go back to Twitter before we wrap up here, and we'll go into the post-show play. Let's see, Chapter 1 of Elite Dangerous's new season, Beyond, goes live next week. Let's see. What's this? This game, Slap City, is still in development from Loot Odyssey. They added a new character from a game called Princess Remedy. It's kind of a Smash Bros. If Smash Bros. Was made by a small independent team company, just including its own people.
Well played.
When Earth moves, empires fall.
The Papers, Please short film debate debuts tomorrow for 10-minute video. So, yep, go out there and check that out if you're interested. Let's do this. That wasn't what I was supposed to do.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was amazingly stupid. Alright, I'm continuing to scroll down. Continuing to scroll down to see if... GTA 5 Stunt Crew Evolve brings its skills to the Doomsday Heist. What in the world? Are there stunt crews now that make stunts in GTA and that makes them popular? Oh yes, it seems not too many people are particularly happy with the DLC for pre-ordering the next part of Final Fantasy 15 being Gordon Freeman. Gordon Freeman in his Half-Life outfit with his crowbar. It doesn't particularly even look like Gordon Freeman, so it might just be the outfit without actually being Gordon Freeman. It's not a good match. It's insulting to people who are still waiting for Half-Life 3, those insane people out there, and it just doesn't match Final Fantasy 15 and their boy band artistic style. We've seen Square Enix is literally going to give any kind of pre-order bonus license thing to anybody that wants it at this point, and they, I believe, had an Assassin's Creed tie-in. I believe they did everything else. Did have done anything that is suggested to them they're cool with, which tells you that that your Final Fantasy 16 is probably going to be full of microtransactions and sellouts, and it's not going to have any heart or story in it because Square Enix doesn't care anymore. According to Sega Europe, an hour ago at least, the talented voice actor for Bayonetta would be joining them live for this thing called Game Blast 18, which is probably some kind of game jam. Legendary Gary is 2 RPGs in one, and I want more of both. Let's see what that article is. Apparently, yes, people are now famous for doing stunts in Grand Theft Auto 5. I guess that may have been happening for a while.
Can't do that.
Well played.
Legendary Gary is 2 RPGs in one. I want more. Is this PC Gamer article, and then they're linking to a picture that's not found. Yeah, this feels like an advertisement for a game. I'm seeing no information about when it's coming out, or if it is out, where to get it. Like, where do you get this game? Where do you play it? There's no links. There's nothing here, so that's just wasting everybody's time. 2 hours ago, Evil Within number 35 came out. I honestly, I should double check to make sure I scheduled all the Evil Within footage. Like, it's possible I didn't. Yeah, at episode 35 it should be very close to the end of that series. Machinima has the 5 best pets in video games. Why am I following Machinima at all? Hardware seller Massdrop says NVIDIA predicts graphic prices will continue to go up throughout the year. That sucks. That's not what I wanted to hear. Burnout PC Remasters is coming to PC later this year. We already knew that. The question was it going to come to Steam? And we still don't have a real response there.
Time runs out on me.
2D adventure game Tayla mixes nature backgrounds and Hachi animation to great effect. Yeah, this looks slightly interesting. Let's see what happens here.
Well played.
Tala, T-A-L-A. Looks like it's a point-and-click adventure, but again, no article, like, game's official site. So how do you order it? Or play it? Do you just play it on screen? Have we hit another one of those, is that what Game Blast is? And another one of those things where they announce games but they don't bother to ever tell you when they're coming out? Well, TechSpot says the NRA just gave Ajit Pai the Courage Under Fire Award for saving the internet. Like, is this a real? Or is this a goof? Continuing to look here. Yep, they actually did it. In recognition of his grace and dignity and principled discipline while repealing net neutralities. The quote. Hearthstone number 842 aired 3 hours ago. Kingdom Come Deliverance has sold more than 1 million copies. I believe Kingdom Come Deliverance is either a sleeper hit or more likely it's paying people like PC Gamer to talk about it, because there's a little too many people talking about that game, in my opinion, considering what it is. Hey, and a nice callback, I'm seeing a man's nipples. Somebody got a Binding of Isaac tattoo on their chest. And it got retweeted by the creator of Binding of Isaac. Gee, if only I had a daily quest to play Murlocs, I would have been done. Final Fantasy 15 is set to expand into 2018 and beyond. Sure, kind of believe that, because they seem to want to milk that forever. What's this? A tiny build party bundle. Bundle Fest 9. What is this? This takes you to Fanatical, the owner of Humble Bundle, but they didn't change the name. So Fanatical is, I suppose, slowly trying to drive people from Humble Bundle to Fanatical. We'll see if that works in a year or two, and then they'll probably shut down Humble Bundle. 1 hour of Shining Residence refrain English gameplay. Alright, that might be interesting.
My hand is too full.
Total War Saga Thrones of Britannia shows off 8 minutes of footage. Let's do this and do this. It's way past time.
Amazing.
To wrap up. Samsung breaks ground on a new EUV manufacturing facility in South Korea. What are they gonna make at that?
Mushroom power!
So apparently Shining Resonance is a 3D JRPG game. Way too many of those. It's coming out this summer, so we'll see. What is the EUV? Extreme Ultraviolet Manufacturing Facility. Which is set up with extreme ultraviolet lithography equipment capable of overcoming the nano-level technology limitations. Samsung will initially focus on 7 nanometer low power plus processes, so, you know, better battery usage and more space. Come on, give me a quick disconnect. Because we're trying to wrap up here. I could have wrapped it up right now, couldn't I? The very next article was the announcement of the stream, which that means I'm done with the news.
Let the hunt begin for Doomhammer.
Let's see. All I've got is a bunch of jobs I don't want to talk about. So, back to the top of the Twitter feed, and let's just try to play this game. One more victory and then silent post share instead of Like, here's an NRA tweet I just saw somebody else retweet where they're now trying to blame the police, who certainly did play a role in this instance of the sheriff's not responding, but literally the fact that the gun was too easy, that is really the easiest point whatsoever, is the fact that a clearly, obviously mentally disturbed person with a record was able to get access to a gun is a problem. Fix that and no other problem is as bad or as big of an issue. Let's go ahead and that probably wasn't the right move, because now this guy's just gonna kill this. Nobody came on the chat. Not unsurprising. These Friday streams never happen. They never work. If anything, I might shift. If my schedule worked better that way, which it doesn't, I would consider shifting them to Saturday streams. But that just changes very little. The other thing about this Florida school shooter, because he has a history of mental problems, he is very much in the case to go for not guilty for a reason of insanity, which is a hard case to prove because you would have to literally prove that he did not know his actions would cause harm, and I don't know if you could prove that. But in a generic term, the way I feel about it, he probably isn't guilty for reasons of insanity. And at the very least, he should be locked up for mental help, but until he's no longer a threat to himself or others. But I really think he's almost a victim himself of a poor support system. Of course, he's still alive and many other people aren't. Yeah. And I know people want that revenge for society, for his transgression against society, as much as his transgression against the people they actually assaulted and killed.
X marks the spot.
But yeah, I'm talking about that too much, and I just, man, in all honesty, I am not having a fun time with Hearthstone. I am tired of having to do these daily quests and just deal with the frustration of all this. I believe I have all of the European account done, so we don't have to do that in the post-show. I can get my secondary account in here and play a couple of games and let myself win to get through the Americas account. But that challenge a friend on the Asian account, that's gonna take a long time. Let's do this here and this here. So I could have played that instead. Just clear the board. Hey, I might actually win here. But if he's got even one spell that does... No, he's won. He does this, he does that, he's won. He's still got 4. So all he's got to do is attack with this. And he's won. And it's probably been about an hour or 2 hours on top of like 45 minutes now. Just take the victory and go. I don't care. Let's see. This. And then this. Do that. Well, if he continues to string me along, I am gonna win. But he doesn't. Well, a frustrating ending to a frustrating stream. What can you say? Yeah. I'm gonna jump on my secondary account. Now is, I suppose, a good time since nobody's on the chat anyways. Just let myself win a couple of times, 2 times here, 5 times here, 7 games in which I'll have to play myself. Then I need to go on top of that and try and do a challenge a friend on the Asian account. That's it for the stream. Stay tuned for the post show. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on basically any social media sites, there's a bunch of links down below. If you want to support me, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.
Thrall versus Garrosh.
Victory or death for Doomhammer.
Garrosh!
Victory or death for Doomhammer!
Job's done. Rexar versus Garrosh.
Victory or death! Let the hunt begin.
Job's done.
Rexar versus Garrosh.
Victory or death! Let the hunt begin.
Job done.
Rexar versus Garrosh.
Victory or death! Let the hunt begin.
done.
I wonder. I wonder.
Job done.
I wonder.
Rexxar versus Garrosh.
Victory or death!
Let the hunt begin.
Rexar versus Garrosh.
Victory or death! Let the hunt begin.
Job's done. Job's done. Job's done.
Oh, I can tell you'll have some new stories tonight.
Job's done.
Candles.
For the war chief!
Job's done.